Hello. Hello.
Monster Hunster? Yes, Monster Hunster. It's an MMO, I'm fairly sure. Like it's a massive game. It's multiplayer. You got to play it online. Like I I reckon because of the age of the internet that we're in right now, like the normal genre definitions are absolutely they're a little bit fucky because someone decided that it would be way more fun to start introducing more players into your game. Now, sure, Monster Hunter for a while has mostly been a case of, like, you know, oh, let's just go and do the thingamadiggy of the... Also, why is my camera, like, not capturing me? Why is my neck broken? Stop it! Stop breaking my neck! Hang on. Bam. Is it working now? No, it isn't. Okay, hang on. Connect. Let's see. What happened to my... What happened to my neck? Why are you like this? Settings. My neck is broken. Why? It says iFacial mocap is connected right now. Do not use iFacial mocap. Come on. Am I just gonna have to, like... Because, like, it's capturing my hands at the very least, but... No idea why it isn't capturing this face here. Alright, it looks like it's gonna be one of these cases of, Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna close Vignon. And one moment, please, as I get the Twitch programs. We'll get Vignon running again. Let me just lower you down just a touch there. Oh, not that far now. There we go. Cancel that. Slide up. Wow. There we go. Now it's like doing the capturing and what have you. Although, hang on. And then... Bam! There we go. Now we're working. Get the hammer. Hi there, JoJogs. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna get the hammer shortly. Also, I thought it would be better if my chair was like this, but it isn't. I wish these like, hang on, maybe... Sorry, I'm fucking around with my chair right now. It's not perfect. Alrighty, moving this, and then you do that. Hello, everyone. Hi, welcome to the stream, everyone. Happy Saturday for those of you that are in my time zone. It's probably Friday evening for many of the Americans and what have you, which, you know, understandable. Alright, hang on. I need to set the monitor so then that way it's like... Oh, maybe not that dramatically low. I'm trying to find, like, once again, trying to do adjustments to something that doesn't need adjustments. Just tick Saturday for you, literally? Hey, okay, nice. Happy Saturday to you, Jill Jugs. Welcome, welcome. We can now get this weekend started. So, yeah. So, as was mentioned back on Thursday, blah, 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 blah. I am no longer, like, having all 3 of my meals being a shake, like a diet shake. I now need to start introducing, like, actual, like, food into my diet, which is, you know, 1 meal of the day. I was kind of cheating because I did it on Tuesday this week and Tuesday last week. But I've been trying to, but, like, you know, those ones I went for, like, the, a salad, like a Thai green salad is what I went for. Oh, sorry, not Thai green salad, because all salads are green. A Thai beef salad. So there was, like, strips of beef in the salad. It was fantastic, and I missed the texture. I'm enjoying food again, and I'm so looking forward to, like, when I'm getting them and what have you. I'm really excited for it. And yeah, so still under 100 kilograms. I'm like 99.5 or something like that. I think, like, I ate some cheesy garlic bread as, like, sort of a treat myself this Tuesday. It was very underwhelming. It wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be, which is, yeah. But that's kind of taught me a lesson of, like, you know, some of the foods that I might have been excited for to eating again once I was off the shake diet might not be all that exciting. So, you know, I'm best to just stick with, like, you know, healthier options, or, you know, so going for, like, you know, salads and, like, you know, more mature kind of meals. So instead of getting like dino nuggies up the wazoo, or, you know, eating a tub of Ben and Jerry's ice cream, it's more rather going to be a case of, like, you know, looking forward to eating, like, you know, the sauteed chicken, or, you know, some, like, you know, spicy curry and what have, like, like more culinary like, you know, experimentation, rather than a whole ton of, like, Americana Americana stuff. Flavortown foods. Yes. Flavortown foods. So now they're, rather than being like the American where it's just like 500 chips, 50 hamburgers, 55 fries, 55 like what's-mahoozies. Instead, it's going to be a case of like, ooh, I get to try a Caesar salad at some point in my life again. Because Caesar salad is, like, not a good option for me because it's a very creamy sauce, Caesar salad normally. So, until I'm off the diet, Caesar salad is not a salad that's worth having. But other salads, such as Chinese noodle salad, I think I'm going to be fine with that one. The Thai beef salad, I probably just need to be, like, a lot more, like, I just need to moderate how much of the Thai beef salad I'm eating going forward. So, hopefully, next Tuesday is the next time I'm going to be at the trivia thing. And that one, I'm not gonna go for, like, you know, the cheesy garlic bread again. I want to, but I shouldn't go for the beef with, like, mashed potato and all that kind of nonsense. So I'm gonna go again for the Thai beef salad, and I'm gonna try and moderate how much of it I eat, because I can probably get away with maybe eating half of it or something like that. I'll need to review the menu again, because they recommend, like, sure, I can eat meals again, but they recommend to me that it shouldn't, like, it should be around, like, it shouldn't exceed this, like, 350 calories, which is 1,450 kilojoules. So, like, I want to try and, like, keep it, you know, a nice manageable size. Some restaurants and places will actually tell you how many kilojoules of, like, their food is, like a meal or a side or what have you, which is really unfortunate, because one of the things that I've wanted to have after seeing advertisement again is, I love Hungry Jack's burgers, and there is a burger called the Fiery Angus that looks absolutely fucking delicious, and I would love to have. Hang on a second. Let me show you it. I need to show you the like, this is it. This is the Fiery Angus, where it's, like, you know, meat. So it's got beef, bacon, it's got, like, you know, spicy relish mayo, and jalapenos, and, like, the onions. Like, they look like deep fried onions, but they make it sound like as if they're gonna be, like, you know, spicy as well. Like, I would very much love to have this. Unfortunately, the burger alone is like 4 times the calorie intake. So I'm not going to be able to have the Fiery Angus while I'm trying to lose weight. It's gonna be a bit of a tricky time trying to get to that thingamadiggy. And then there's also the fact that blah 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 blah. Hang on, I was whipping this out for a week. Oh yeah, it's the ideal body weight adjusted calculator. So there is, so as many people know, the BMI was, like, you know, made, like, ages and ages and ages ago, and some people, you know, try and follow that scale and what have you. It's not perfect, because it doesn't take into account, like, muscle versus fat, or, like, portions of, like, the body itself. And so, 179. Yep, I'm not 7 foot in real life. I'm sorry. So, like, male. So, like, at a height of 179, they're like, oh, yeah, you should be, like, 74 kilograms. That is the ideal body weight, which is fucking insane. And there was a time when I was, like, 100... So, 142 kilos was, you know, where I was when I started losing weight and what have you. And they're like, oh, the adjusted body weight. So this is like, so they're like, oh, you should try and aim for like 100 kilograms. There's like one other scale that gave me like 96 kilos for some reason or something. Maybe, was it because I was at like 130 when it did it? Yeah. So, actually, let me just double check my scale as well, because ding dong. So 99.5 plus 43.2. So let me just get a calculator out. So 99.5 plus 43.2 equals 142.7. So yeah, so 142.7. Yeah, and they tell you your, like, the adjusted body weight should be like 102. They would like me to be at like 74, but apparently 102 is like the, you know, appropriate thing. You've had a bad week with your diet. Perry fries twice this week at work. I know that's not a lot, but I've been desk-bound so much this week, not as active. Yeah, like, that's the thing as well, is that, like, I work a desk job as well, Jugs. So I work in desktop support. So sure, I get up and having to like go to different areas of the office to help people, but I'm not doing like a significant amount of exercise or anything like that for it. Also, hang on, let me just really quickly get a big gulp of water. Get a start on my drinking. Excuse me. But yeah, when you're working like a desk job, you don't need that many kilojoules. Like, you only need like 2,000 kilojoules or something like that, which is like basically to keep your organs running, and that's all you need. Because that's the crazy thing as well, is like, oh, because of your skin, your heart, your lungs, your liver, your kidneys, like all the things inside your body, just to be alive is only like, you know, 2,000 kilojoules or 1,800. It's not that much, which makes it crazy for when there's things such as the fiery Angus over here, where that thing is like 4,500 kilojoules. Like, that motherfucker is like 2 days worth of meal in it. Not 2 meals. 6. It's like worth 6 meals to some people. It's absolutely fucking insane. So yeah, so I have to try and deal with that. Also, other order of business. At some point, I probably need to play Morrowind. I do not know if I'm going to be playing Morrowind off-stream or on-stream, but I've never played Morrowind before. I've only heard of people playing Morrowind, and some people are like, oh my god, it's the greatest Bethesda game ever made by Bethesda, which, like, I'm gonna be real with you. The best Bethesda game that's been made is Skyrim, without, like, because, like, it's a commercial success, and they've been released more times than The Last of Us, so, you know, they're not doing any better than Skyrim, so I doubt Morrowind is somehow going to do better. But, you know, maybe when I play it, I'll have a moment of, like, oh my god, I get it. But that's not likely gonna happen, so, yeah. Now then, Monster Hunter. If it will actually show up on the screen. Please show up on the screen, Monster. There we go. And then stop the music. There is new event quests. Special voucher giveaway. You can claim your bonuses, start menu, items, and equipment, log on bonus. Cool. Adds Mizutsune to the roster. Arc Tempered Raidon. All kinds of stuff. Cool. Awesome. New Grand Hub Time Attack event. Doshagama of the Hollow. Available for a time with a unique pendant. Oh! Could I join you for one fight? Yeah, okay. Hang on a second. Lobby search. Squad lobby. Give me a minute. Or am I gonna have to start my own? There we go. So I have a squad called the Himbo Squad. As far as I know, you can like join countless number of squads. The whole time event sounds great till the hackers are beating it in 1 second. Yeah, I've heard about that. There's no longer records on there that are like 1 second, but it's like 13 seconds. It's still a fucking crazy amount of Hey, Sacero's joined the Himbo Squad. Nice.
Wanna drop a line? I have a request for you.
Ooh, it's feeling funky. You can now report your successful mission to Kanya over at the forest. Yep, cool, thank you. New pop-up materials came in. Research help for monsters and hunting time. Awesome! So we got hunt 5 large high-rank monsters. Temnocrian. No idea what Temnocrian is. Complete missions in Wyveria, and complete rank 1 quests. And then we've got DLC. Oh, that's just to do, like, you know, outfits and what have you. Oh, this one's free! Hang on a second, let me just get some free, what's-mahoozies. More DLC. Doesn't see it there, so Shift-Tab. Yep, cool. And then second round of gestures. So you only at chapter 4? I've not gone too far, I will be real with you, but it is technically high rank now, so well, you can't blame me. Alright, so we've got that. So we got the high texture pack. Then we've got pendants. Some of these look cool. And then we've got Oni wig. Who is that? Who's saying hi? Hello, Sir Dragon. Oh, so you can get more stickers from these things. Okay. Gesture Shet 1, Gesture Shet 2, and then we got like poses here. Rearing to go, celebratory knee slide. Nice. And then we've got like the free trial like thingy-majiggy stickers. Camp customization and gear set. And then we have the welcome value pack. Cool. Awesome. That's not a really high himbo rating, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, so we've already claimed all these things. Alright. So. Return as a message for the hunter, so the group has to go to hear what she has to say. Oh, okay, so that's an extra mission, and then we have side missions here. Oh, there's like plenty of side missions we can be going through. Alright, Guardian Rathalos with increased strength. A tempered Quimeritress. Alright, let's give it a quest. Begin field survey. %92 Thembo rating. Nice work. A real princess beefcake over here. Alrighty. Oh, actually, I should probably have something to eat. Alright. Oh, wait, no, my meal is already good. Okay, so only one well-done steak. Damn. Alright. That's fine. That's fine. Alrighty. Oh, ancient wyvern coin. We'll need that. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. And is Jack right behind me? Yeah, Jack's right behind me. There it is. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, that's right, it's gonna have... Thank goodness for Divine Blessing.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Oh yeah, I should probably head into a VC if Jack's feeling good. 2, 1. There we go.
Go on the offense.
Alright, so tail is broken, which is fine. Ah! Nope, that's the wrong thingamadiggy. But fuck it. Bonking him on the head. Let's go. I don't know what I did, what I was doing before then, but... Oh boy, okay, let's, Mega Potion. Nice for bringing it down. Hey, that look at Jack. They look like a hell diver. I haven't played that game in a while. It's been co-opted by fascists most recently, however, because media literacy does not exist for them. Yeah! Alright. We're gonna have a bit of a terrible time with this thing, because its tail is gonna be able to, like, always do its weird thingamadiggy, but it looks like it's weak there.
This way to the shot trap.
Oh, is it? Alrighty, let's get you over here. Come on. Over here. Over here. Come on. You want to head over here, right? No, 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 no. Oh, you bastard. Fine. Alright, let me really quickly go bing, bong, if this thing will let me. Ding, ding, ding. Excellent. Alrighty, oh, I should... Oh yeah, bone pile. Should probably pick some bones up, because I keep telling myself there's, like, a whole ton of games that I need to be, like, playing off-stream for, like, you know, picking up nonsense. To answer your title, the only reason it's massive is because you're the one playing it. Ah, clever you. Hey, look at that! I'm on him. There we go. That's one wound. And then... Oh, damn you. 3, 2... Nice! That actually went surprisingly well.
That one.
Oh, that's a Devil's Blight. That's not what I wanted. Excellent.
This thing's a trove of new
I don't need to pick up any more stuff from the Chimeratrice, technically, because I am already in my drippiest as fuck outfit that I wanted to be in. Hi there, Stubborn Sparrow. But, like, fucking look at me! I look drippy as fuck, it's incredible! Also, I just noticed that there was a whole ton of bitrate issues recently, so I'm probably gonna need to fix that. Excuse me. Ding. So yeah, look at me. Look at this character.
Nice work, Hunter. Let's head back.
No, I need the... Let me pick up some Wilk. There we go. And then... Oh, I'm not heading back to camp. Okay, never mind. But my hunter rank is going up, which is nice. I'm only like I'm only a lowly like 23, but hey, still pretty good rank. And then vitality. Damn it! I pressed the left bumper thinking it was gonna activate a like my whatsamahoozy thing for like, you know, getting a little, like, detective mode going, but that is not how that works. So, yeah, I need to be very mindful. Alright, that's it for me. Okay, not to worry, Jack. Thank you so much for dropping in, though. I do appreciate it. Alrighty, also, stop doing that. Alright, alright, so Zhu has appeared. Thinking I can sprint. You have a good day, monster hunting. I will have a good day, monster hunting. Because I have all these lovely viewers giving me attention and keeping me occupied while I run around doing nonsense. What the fuck is that guy? Thank you for the honey.
Wyvern milk seems to be leaking out in irregular locations.
That is true. Although, why the fuck there's a random X here?
Some materials too. And check your field pouch.
Alright, what was it that I was doing? Oh yeah, here's another Wilk. I could probably get much farther by doing this as a, Alright. We have a world map, sorry. Something wants to talk. Peeps want to talk. Peeps want to... Wrath from above. Alright. Let's head to base camp because Kanya wants to talk with us. And that was like in my thing. You're not a master yet, but you're decent in a fight with it. That was... Honestly, good job. You did a fairly good job with the bow gun. You're really fitting in with the... With like the theme of Helldivers. Alright, I think this was the... Oh, no, this is Eric.
Just read what I'm not okay.
Alright, so that was that side mission, but... capture a Doshaguma in the Scarlet Forest.
Have you been angling, fisher fellow? Actually, let me reel it in. Listen, could you and Alma help me?
What is it? What do they want me to capture?
The thing is,
Okay, I think someone needs to set a limit on you smashing words together.
Wait, I know Mass Dangler. Quite a reserved Wudwud.
he and I hit it off from the moment. Late my
Fish are... So if a Wudwud is going hungry when he's...
Something must be keeping them.
Yes. And that...
yeah. If it's you guys.
All right.
Alright, cool. So... that might be like an actual monster, like, you know, hunting thing rather than a fishing thing, but we'll see how we go. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I needed to double check some of my resources, because I imagine there might be... I need to double check and make sure that I'm not using my, resources elsewhere. It doesn't... Okay, it doesn't look like I'm doing any downloads. I am gonna limit my upload, because it looks like I had some stuff doing some seeding, which is not necessary while I'm in the middle of a stream, so I got that out of the way. Oh, we just gone straight into another mission. Okay. First and foremost, what weapon am I... Okay, so I'm using 2 hammers. Nice. Sick, because I have a, Can't do that right now. Mission info. I can't look at my hunter profile.
Any ideas which monster it could be?
Let me just start collecting nonsense, because I can.
So if they're just out there doing their thing, that should result in a fish shortage.
I see. A doe shaguma.
Oh, yes, that. I can't remember the name of anything out of the water. Yep, a real professional.
Good luck, for real, for real. Oh, is this going to be a bit of a problematic one? Worst case scenario, I get myself a, what's-mahoozies? An emergency flare going off.
On the clock to try and help his people. We should hurry then. If the monster comes while he's alone... Yikes. Yeah, that would be bad. Oh, we're nearly there.
Yeah, it's a Doshagama. Like, I don't see the problem. It's doing a fairly good job catching fish as well.
Sure enough. Masked angler. You're safe.
Hmm. Yeah, he's shivering like a...
Monster that's disturbing your fishing?
It's not? What the fuck? What is with the bubble? Hi there, Kiaru. Welcome to the stream. Is this like a fish dragon thing? It's doing a lot of soap nonsense. Oh! Okay, so it is soap. I gotta be my bubbles. I gotta be my... Ah! Besides the threat, that looks like fun. Mizosune. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly.
Setsune.
Hey, I did say it correctly.
For the area's safety, the guild authorizes you to hunt the Mizetsune.
On it!
Okay, so it does like a wide hit, and then it does an arc like that. Did I just go through it? Ah! Who threw that at me? Oh boy, he is doing strength. Oh, okay, that was a good... So he just did like a headbutt at me then. Two... There we go. We broke the head. Nope. No, 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 no. Watch the bubbles. Watch the bubbles. I don't know what the bubbles are doing explicitly, but... Nice! Let's bonk that head. I need to get you off of the fucking water, most likely. There we go. So, that should get you off the, that should get you out of the water. Slip and slide to victory. It's your boy Mizu. Ah, okay, okay. Is this your favorite, Jugs? Ooh, also, Ah, okay, I already have those. Let's see. Alright, let's go for the Vigor Wasp that's over here for the quick heals. There we are. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, they're having a bit of a fight with the Doshagamo, so that's fine. There we go. Get fucked with the Paratoad. Nice. Ow. Okay, that's a... No, do not get hit by the bubbles. Alright, Bright Moss does not do anything to it. Makes you slide around and you take extra damage calculated on the force of the hit. Gotta use a cleanser. And I don't have any cleanser, which is a problem, so... Oh, okay, thankfully that...
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Ow. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? I can...
Exhausted.
Come on, paralyze it, paralyze it. Yeah, get fucked. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, I'm doing such good hits on the head. Oh, and I broke the head again. Nice. He's in your top 5. You make a wrestler regarding my fave, but it would be spoilers. Your favorite... Your number 1 is in this game as well? Okay, okay. Yeah, I've not gone too far into this, as you can see, no doubt, but we're getting there. Oh, nice try, my boy. Oop. That was not what I intended. Such devastation! Alright, got a good hit on its tail at the very least. Let's see where it's going. And let's get a quick meal. Oh, carcass. What in the world? Okay, raw meat. So, not really that important if I wanted to, unless I wanted to cook again. Alright, auto move to the next location. That's a Rathian? Let's not get him on our tail. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There you are. Alright, let's see if we can mount you. Whoa, Jesus! Nothing gets past you, does it? Oh, fuck, that is a lot of damage. Thank you. If you can get that over to me. Oop. And, yep. Nice try. Oh. So far, so good. Not getting too painful. Okay, I thought it was gonna do a hit check on me then. Ah!
Shock trap's down and ready for you.
Alright, let's try and get you onto that shock trap. Damn it, the meal effects have worn off at this point, so I'm not getting any of my what's-a-mahoozy, so we're gonna need to get this thing down as best as we can. Where's the entangled what's-a-mahoozies? There you are. Alright, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Get over here. Oh, god damn it, Rathian. No, no, we're...
Rehabilitated. Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Yep, cool. Give me that Vigor Wasp. There we go. Now we can... Cool, we avoided that. Uh-oh. That's Bubble Blight. That's not good. That's not good. And that's a very...
Don't touch that flaming bubble.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's a... Wait, there was a flaming bubble earlier and I didn't see it? Oh boy. Get me up, Circuit. There we go. And I did not do that well. Ah, okay, so the red one is the flaming one. So I'm guessing it's enraged because of this. Alright, let's... Go... Oh, damn. That got the circuit. Alright, let's get a little bit of thingamadiggy. Different color and effect bubbles, and flaming blue is the thing.
Look at all our ingredients. We should whip out the barbecue grill.
Alright, let's grill a meal. Alright, we got plenty of Eastern honey and some fish, so let's go with this one. Should be good for us. Mmm. Drizzle of honey to go with it. Looks good. Mmm. Oh, I wish I could have that food. Alright, let's get going to the next place. Alright, color me curious. We'll see how the hammer... We'll see how the hammer, like, this one here. It has negative affinity, but it does, dragon, whatsamahoozies. Also, I'm gonna need some mining crops. No, keep picking shit up. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna give this dragon hammer a bit of a trial on this guy. I don't know how effective it's gonna be, but it's gonna be an attempt. God, this guy's a bit of a ways away, isn't he? Oh, Nullberry. That will be useful because of all that nonsense. There he is. Alright, let's see. Oh, that was a good hit.
I think we can use it in combat.
Oh, the blue ones are the fire. Yeah, the blue ones look more obviously like fire. Alright, come on. Let's get moving. Out of here. Again, nice. I don't know if Dragon is just that much more powerful. Oh, shit!
Heels inbound.
Nice. All right, come on. Big hit, big hit, big hit, big hit. There we go, come on. One. There we go.
Power up activate. Moving to a new area.
No, you don't. We're keeping you here. Come on, get bonked.
Way to the shop track.
What did it drop? I don't see anything. Oh, and there's a Rathian doing oh, there we go. Alright, we gotta move. Oh, that's not a Rathian. That was a Rathalos there. We're getting him. We're running. We're trying to catch up to him, okay? It's not easy going, alright? He's moving relatively fast. Oh, and he's got a wound on him. Alright, let's see if we can get a good shot. Out of my way, monkeys! 30, 20, there we go. And, oh, god damn you. Oh, that's fire, that's fire, that's fire. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop roaring! 2, 3. Come on, let's try and get that wound. There we go! Yeah, I wasn't gonna dodge out of that shit, was I?
This ought to put a dent in it. Hey, get out of there.
Oh boy. That's the wrong one, that's the wrong one! Ah, damn it. Wasn't able to get... Fuck, 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 fuck.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Damn it, I wasn't able to do a good hit at that time. 2, 3. Come on, how far away can you possibly be from a final blow? Get on the ground!
Now's our chance.
Well, that was a fuck up. There we go. And we did it solo. Violet is lightning, so maybe a dragon version sometime? Is it Yeah. Woo! Did it! Just need to carve his, what's-a-mahoozies. And check out the bone pile. I like that when you collect things off of these, like, resource points, like the bones and the mining, like, you can see little bits of the bones breaking off when he does it as well. Alright. Grab the herbs, because we didn't get enough of those. Well, we got the Sarakit out of the way. Not Sarakit, Mizu, what's Mahoozies? Oh, it's Spider Lady. Fuck you, Spider Lady. Uppies! Aw, okay, fine. High fives and little scritchies. I thought we were gonna give the Palico uppies. Claw, material, fin, foam broth, because... So yeah, we got those 4 things because of the, lucky voucher. We got ourselves a water orb, which looks rare. Glowing orb for the sword. Keen bone quality and armor. Let's have a look. Self-improvement, so a rarity 3, and guard up, which is a higher rarity and is a 2 slaughter. Took about 20 minutes to do. But he does hit like a... I saw he was hitting like a tank. It was fucking insane. I was just sort of like, oh, Jesus. Full health one-shotted by a tempered Mizu. Oh yeah, that wasn't tempered. And there were some times where I was like ready to just get fucking blasted in all my health.
So much.
Divine Blessing, I will need you if I ever deal with a tempered variant.
This fishing spot will be safe. And that...
Fisher fellow.
I guess I'll be sure. I'm sure...
Sounds good.
Cool. Alright. As Bruce said, water can flow or crash, and Mizu crashes a lot. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Sushi fish, wet fish. Jeweled mullet roe. Okay, so those are used for, like, finishing touches, then. Hunter rank had increased.
Yep.
Alright. Do you give me recommendations? Upgrade and forge talismans. A fury charm. So there's a defense charm here. Fire, water, thunder, ice, dragon, poison, paralysis. Iron skin? What does that do? Reduces the duration of defense down. Ah! We got bind, escape, recovery, speed, survival, constitution, surge, marathon, hungerless, heroics, foray, burst. Speed eating and wide range. So that's the friendship charm. Free meal. Botanist requires the conga pelt. Geology might be a good one to wear, because then it gives us additional when gathering from mining crops. So bone piles, special items, and mining crops. So that would help us there. And then botanist is for mushroom, insect, fruit, seeds, and what have you. So
Ready to get to work?
let's get that guy made. Can't make that one until we do the conga pelt.
Got
It doesn't...
something in mind?
Oh, upgrade list. Here we go. So, alright. So now this one can get upgraded.
Get to work?
Do I have the parts? Uth Duna Tentacles. Oh, it uses just base level shit. Okay.
Look good?
Balara Skull Plus and Scale.
Shea bar.
Okay, so that's not going to be terrible to find.
What are we making today?
Nothing in my wish list. And I'm wearing cool armor stuff. This would look cool. That would be for, like, layered armor nonsense. Oh, that's just fucking... So, yeah, so that gives us... We got Conga, Rumpolo. And then this is Ingot. Which, besides the lack of a fire cell we're close to, the Guardian Secret gives us... Oh, it gives us Earplug! So we have a 2 slaughter and a thing, and then Jagu gives us water resistance and outdoorsman, which is obviously for the what's-a-mahoozy. What is this? I look like a fucking Norse god with this outfit and the hammer. Fucking Thor motherfucker right here. Heartbreaker, my beloved. Oh my goodness, Jack. And then... So that does burst stuff, but we need a lot more Guardian nonsense for that. And then this is Mitsune. Bubble foam, purple fur, scales. Okay, so that's like... That one's kind of... This one's kind of... I like the hat. So this would give me burst, evade, extender, aqua affinity. But yeah, I don't have like any of the parts for it. Yeah. So yeah, and this was all my hope stuff. That was all the high rank. Meanwhile... Ooh, okay, so this one I just need to do Guardian Scale stuff. Guardian Scales and Guardian Pelts, that should be easy enough to find. And then that is in our secondary. We don't know the parts we need for all that. Rombo requires the Rombo nonsense. There's our Bone Bludgeon. Polo Spike. Nihil's Hammer. It looks like a fucking axe. What is up with that? Okay, so I need to do Cluster Claw in order to unlock Nihil's Hammer. So Kutku we can do if we get Kutku parts and it works its way down. Fulgrim Anjanath, we don't know what parts we need to get to Fulgrim Anjanath. And then there's all these unknown nonsense. Likely because we need to, like, go through all that. And then up here, we've got... Okay. Hope doesn't give us negative affinity, but it does give us... It makes it so we don't have negative affinity. And it gives us a higher sharpness.
Alrighty. Perfection.
There they are. You got to the point I have to set up for each monster, so a quick change. Nice. Good work. So yeah, so there's my Albarath, which is the Guardian Rathalos stuff. Iron Hammer 3 goes into something with ice. And then there's Jail Hammer. Labrina Mucus. Chataclobler. Oh, this thing is more powerful than this thing. Okay. It doesn't have a element affinity, but it does have something. So, nice. Change equipment. So, can I... Yep, switch held weapons. So right now it's using Critical Jewel and Expert Duel. Then this one is just says Drained and Critical. Temporary increased with a successful sneak attack. I'm not really doing that a lot. Then we get Protection. So that's doing Antidote, but we could probably just go for base level Increaseness. Increases defense by 5, so it gives us no poison resistance. That gets us over the 200 mark. Oh, I was doing that with -9 affinity. Jesus Christ. Divine Blessing, however. We've already maxed out Divine Blessing. We can max out Fire Resistance, or I can add Water Resistance. We got a Ice Resistance, Dragon. We've already got Poison, Paralysis, Sleep, Iron Skin reduces all that. Web Status and Frostblight. Protection against Stench. Recovery Speed. Constitution. Hungerless. Attack and defense increases time passes while on the quest. The maximum is reached after 30 minutes. Honestly, that might be a good one to wear for that. And then meanwhile, this 2 slaughter. Not... I don't really have a lot of mushrooms that I'm like, I need to eat these. But yeah, Jesus, I have such a high, like, fire defense. So... yeah, I'm good as can be. I'm good as can be on that department. Toshagama left. Tempered Iacon. Creation is unavailable. You have reached Hunter rank 25. So Toshagama is weak to fire. You're weak to... what's a Mahuzi? Mizutsune. You don't really... recommended elements is Ice, Thunder, and Dragon. Meanwhile, this guy here, we've gotten Lick. We're 8 away from getting Sticky. And we haven't hunted any of these other guys for, I don't know what Duma. Ah, because I never, like, properly defeated him was why. Jin we haven't defeated. Rathalos we haven't done anything to. Or the Rathian. Zora, Savior, Promise, Innocent. Slaying it 10 times gives a secret weapon. Ah, okay. And then we got the Guardian after 1. It's interesting that some of these only need, like, 1, and then others are like, we eat 20. 3rd rate hammer with a 4th rate. Alright. So there's our stats. So we've got 11 as our secondary in most things. I can start... I'll have the long... I could have the longsword with me. But I'd rather... Fuck. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put the hunting horn as, like, our secondary for 1 mission. Investigate the regions and raise your HR. Or... Alright. Changing the waypoint. We're gonna hand that in. Because Lord knows we're probably gonna get something for it.
Welcome back. Did you think
Ding dong dong. The water has negative water, so Mizu hurt you a lot more. That is true. And I only realized it, like, you know, after looking at all this stuff. Isn't that bad? Certainly there was a gem that actually bolsters raw damage based on negative affinity, or that might be a previous game. I haven't seen that particular gem yet, to be real with you. Alright. Other missions. Except the optional quest. Capture a Doshogama in the Scarlet Forest. So, let's have a look if you have something for me in that department. Let's see. Hunt a Guardian Doshogama, slay the Julu, hunt 2 Hibanis, Guardian Rathian, Guardian Fulgrim, Mitsutsune, Quimeritress, Guardian Secrix, hunt the Narcella, Labruna. So yeah, so those are all... Is there a way for me to... Ah, interesting. Okay, so the recommendations is, like, in order. Okay. Alright, let's do some prep. Fishing quest, hated it? Hey, it's alright. It's what it is.
careful out there?
Alright, so we still got pretty decent. Doshagama is weak to fire. So... change the guardian fella to this guy as a secondary. He has increased affinity. Gives us critical element. What is critical? Increases elemental damage when active. Grants an 80% chance of no sharpness lost. Oh, okay. Interesting stuff. It's a rarity 4. And then that's a rarity 5. Let me get the hunting horn, and I'm gonna move evasion, defense, and elemental resistance, attack and affinity. Oh, not... Yeah, that was for the secondary. Okay, thank goodness.
You know where to find me.
Because the hammer I have right now is gonna be good. Depart now. Hopefully, this will give me, capture gear. I'll need to double check if it does. If it doesn't, then we're gonna have to make some on the fly. Because I didn't grab that shit. Oh, we're not even in the place that needs to do that, so never the fuck mind.
They've issued us supplies. Let's put them to use.
So, yeah, never mind. We're just gonna kill this one. Oh, it's the Guardian Doshagama, so yeah, never mind. That don't fucking matter. You need to do the capture one with a random spawn. Ah, okay, so we're gonna need to find, like, sleeping herbs and all the other things that we'll need, which we'll most likely be able to do while we're here. Alright.
Over here.
So there's our guy here. And we need to get a Doshagama, or a Guardian Doshagama, sorry.
I hop on? I'll just hop on.
Come on, over this way.
On my way there.
Stop walking and run. Run, motherfucker.
Bring a monster here. The deal, yes? All right, let's get set up then. The monster's attack sets it off. Kaboom!
Absolutely miffed that one. The fuck was that? I don't remember Doshagama ever doing that before, so...
Excellent use of the terrain. Now's our chance.
Let's see how we do. Ah, you and your fucking roars. Oh, high rank gets the new moves. Okay, good to know, good to know. Ow, fuck you.
Look out! A flashlight gauge. Use it to blind the monster.
There we go. Wound destroyed on the Deshagama. Ow. Damn it. Not doing too well on this guy. I don't feel like a winner. Two, one.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mincy. Sorry, I was so fucking focused then. I wasn't even... That woke me up. Alright, I need... Oh, there's another... There's a tempered Quimeritress. That's not what I need right now, but... If you're gonna cause problems, hopefully you're gonna cause problems to this guy over here.
Here we go.
Get moving. At least I was able to stun him that point.
This ought to put a dent in it.
Destroyed a wound. And he's got a wound on his head that I wasn't able to get to, which is unfortunate. Wait, is it on his head or is it on his shoulder? There we go. Alright, now I'm doing better. You got a question for me, Mincy? Alright, what's the question? What's the question?
Another monster's warning it.
This'll freshen you up quick.
Oh my god, this guy has so many wounds on him. Let's just start investing.
Move into a new area.
If he can.
Cleanse that status.
Come on. There we go. Okay, so there was a resurgence of... Alrighty, where is our guy? Oh, I'll also need to sharpen my blade at some point. Is this guy gonna... Yeah, okay, cool. I was worried that he wasn't. Alright, get sharpening. 4, 5. Oh, he's right above us. Okay, let's... Alright, let's do the needful. Oh my god, there's a tempered Rathalos here. What the fuck? Alright, well, while you're dealing with that, I will just pick up all this. Honey? Yes, please. Bright moss, bitter bug, thank you.
This way to the shot track.
Let's see, do you still have a wound on you? That would be appreciative. Ow. Nah, you don't seem to have a wound on you anymore.
Look out!
Come on. Ah, well, Divine Blessing thankfully went off on that point there. But it didn't go off on that one there. Come on, give me your head. There we go.
Go on the offensive.
Well, he's not going to be dying anytime soon from the looks of it, but he's not in rage at the very least. Ah, I thought I avoided that. And then...
Mounted in.
Great form.
there we go. There we go. Get that wound. Oh, and the Tempered Chimeratrice is back. God fucking damn you. Ignore us while I am beating the bear.
Almost there.
Could you not be pissing off the Rathalos, please? That'd be greatly appreciated. Gloom Glass, yes please. Do not be gathering energy from this thing. Get the fuck off. And stop roaring, please. If you could swap lives with a fictional character for a day, who would it be? Izuku Midoriya. Post My Hero Academia. There we go.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Get this up to blue. Should have known he was gonna do it twice. Oh, he's enraged. Okay, so that would explain why he did that twice.
Now's our chance.
2, 3, 4. Ah. But
Over here, bub. I'm your target.
oh, cool. Broke the tail. Oh, but I'm gonna need to get out of that situation. Gotcha! And that was with like a spinning whatsamahoozies, which was pretty fun. Alright, let's see. What does the Guardian Dashagama give me? Because it looked like the Guardian pelts were... Oh, no, it gives it to me as like just general pluses to the creature itself, not as a Guardian pelt thing.
This is a rare research opportunity.
Did it! Ugh. Stretching! There we go. Alright, Dashagama Fang, Nourishing Extract. Guardian Dashagama Hide. Guardian Pelt. Okay, so I needed Guardian Pelt, Blood, and all that nonsense. There we go. Further Hunter rank increase. What's the max before I get in trouble? Jesus. I thought 25 was the maximum, but it doesn't seem to be the maximum right now. So yeah. Oh, Izuku Midoriya is from My Hero Academia. He inherited the power. He was the ninth he was the ninth user of the superpower One for All until the events at the end of My Hero Academia when he extinguished all the powers of One for All to try and get into the mind of the Whatsamahoozy guy who was who was like the grandson of the 7th user, who was indoctrinated by All for One, who was an antagonist. And it's really hard to explain, and I have like a really bad time trying to explain, like, you know, Japanese shonen and all that kind of nonsense because of the fact of, you know, some of them have really difficult to understand names, okay? They're not really great, hey, to, like, say aloud. Izuku Midoriya is, like, you know, I kind of know. Because, yeah, he's nicknamed Deku. Which is basically idiot. Despite the fact he's a fucking genius. Alright, so Gravid Blowfin, whatever the fuck that is. Capture an Emble Ruffle Lizard, which is in the Oil Well Basin. Chip Pekros in the Windward Plains. They only become active during fallow. Go and investigate when the opportunity strikes. Okay, so when is fallow is the question. Let's have a look. So... Plum Peach, Rove wants to talk. Astonishing adaptability. Alright, let's... fast travel to this place. Let's have a look. Let's see what we get for our troubles.
I'll get ready too.
Alright, so yeah, so Windward Plains is during fallow.
Nice. I'd call that experiment a success.
I'm the one who's grateful. Did you use wyvern milk? It felt like the force of the explosion.
Hey, not bad. You're right on the zenny. I was trying for a sympathetic reaction between the... As you saw, it was plenty effective on Guardians. Seems like there are scads of uses. Infusing the core might give an even bigger efficiency.
It seems plenty effective.
Ah, you still don't see it. Well, whatever. More fun for me?
Alright, cool. So we did his test run. Oh my god, look at her little cat just resting by the fire. Oh, hunter rank almost went up even further again. Was unlocked as a hunting oh, okay, so Werner is a hunting assistant now. Alright, let's have a look. Alright. Not into the pouch, but into the box. So we got discount Zenny for things such as cool and hot drinks, wild jerky, life powder, small barrel, large barrel. I got plenty of large barrel. So yeah, I've got a few traps now. Stickies, all kinds of ammunition. Not a lot of cool drinks, so I'm gonna...
Glad I stocked up on that. Glad I stocked up on that.
So... small bomb filled with herbs to make it into a bomb. Fuck it, let's just get 100 of these, just in case. Just in case. Another 100 of those. And those are just ammo that we won't need.
Show me what you got then.
Sell all trade-in items. 100,000 Zenny? Yes, please.
All these off you.
Alright. Windward Plains is over here. Right now, it's going through a season of plenty. Oil Well Basin, we need to do a capture. Tetsuzan wants to talk with us. What does Tetsuzan want? Wow. Alright. Hello, Rex. What do you want?
We've received word of a Jarrakan rampaging through the wounded. It is a matter I would gladly resolve myself. We have already asked so much of you.
Understood.
Hearing that, I know the deed is as good as...
No idea what that guy is, but the monster that he was quoting, but sounds like a problem. Alright, so at the top here is a blue exclamation point, which I have no idea what that means. Oh, it's this giant guy. Tetsuzan, what do you want?
Good hunter, I bear glad tidings. The serenity you ushered in has opened the way back to our place of prayer.
Apologies, but what is the place of prayer?
A site where songs of prayer. It was rendered inaccessible after the downfall. Having conferred with your comrades, the All-Harken has decided. I urge you to visit.
Oh, it's the gathering hub now. A place for prayer for the people of Suja. It's now a thriving hub of communication for hunters from all over. You can visit the hub from the peaks back in Suja or using the world map. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see what it looks like. Also, hello, Apar.
Anything you need?
Okay, so Apar hasn't gathered anything. Oh. Well, that just crashed. I asked us like, hey, let's trade. And then it just went, boom. No thanks. Just decides to fucking crash on me. Thank you. That was a bit of a problem, wasn't it? I'm still dropping frames, which is not too great, but it is what it is. Do I get a warning about the dropped frames, or is it just gonna be like, nah, it just crashed? Nah, it just crashed. Okay, cool. One moment, please, as I now need to do the oh, wait, no, Path of Exile is doing an update. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. I do need to go to the bathroom, although, because I have to drink, like, heaps of water. Actually, I should drink more water. Hang on. That's a more appropriate level. Alrighty. But yeah, give me a minute. I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break, okay? Bathroom break, BRB. While I am gone, do not worry. There will be a BRB screen. So, give me a minute to, like, go to the bathroom and piss and all that kind of nonsense. I'll be back.
Oh, I seem to be fucked. No. No.
I just see Grant hauling ass to me.
You knew what I wanted to do, and you were like, I know exactly what he's gonna do.
I'm like, I'm so ready. I'm so fucking ready.
Oh, Foxy's not in our crew. He doesn't understand.
I'm fucking wheezing.
Also, hi there, Izzy. You're cycling between streamers because there's so many of you buggers I need to watch. You don't need to watch me? Yes, I do. Yeah, no, Izzy. You should absolutely be watching me. Like, I can't, like, it's absolutely wonderful having you here. A clip show? Sounds less of a clip show and more of a, like, a... On.
You can
Shit!
afford a
Alright, I'm back. Why did everyone give me money? I have returned, and looks like everything is up to date. I'm very hesitant on doing updates on my PC, because one of the things that I've, like, had to contend with the last few times that when doing updates and what have you, is, don't know why, but sometimes my PC, during the update, even when it's like an update before like the rest of the PC is running and what have you, it will decide to blue screen on me, and it normally points to like a memory fault as the source of the problem, which is, gonna be frank with you, not great. And I do not understand why it does that, because it's done it for like the last two. I wish I took a picture of like the error itself and see if that's like something, because I don't know why. I've just been getting way more blue screens from AMD CPUs on my personal PC than any time I've done it, like, you know, prior to moving into this apartment and prior to using blah 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 blah, prior to using words failing me today. Prior to like, I've just been getting blue screen faults. Intel has not had a good time in the recent years in their CPU department, especially when it's like a fight with AMD in terms of value and performance, and it only edges out in some of like the weird productivity like cases and what have you, because of like just how it functions as opposed to you know, merit or what have you. But it is sometimes tempting to just go as far as be like, the next time I do, instead of doing a Ship of Theseus build, I want to do a but yeah, instead of doing a Ship of Theseus build, I want to do like a full-blown upgrade to my system. I would, like, or not upgrade to my system, but a brand new PC. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go into a recommended lobby. Like, I don't have that many people in my squad where it's like, hey, we're gonna like jump in and such like that, because, yeah, who knows, I might be able to help someone. Would be nice. There we go. All right. So, we gotta do the we gotta do that particular quest again. All right, hang on. And then bam. Oh, it's the Pookie. Let's pet him. Petting the pig. And we get ourselves a truffle for the troubles.
Good hunt.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Let's check out the gathering hub that they've made for us, shall we? Move to the Grand Hub. Let's see what this is like. Hi there, Big DJ. I am doing fairly all right. It is the morning for me. I have not put too much thought into what I wanted to talk about, and the only thing that pops in my head is I would like to play Monster Hunter Wilds. And that was about it. There's very little in my brain. This himbo brain you see before you is empty. Super smooth, no bruises and bumps and shit. Oh, what the fuck is that? Also, who is that? Neurons firing.
Wonderful. To think a place of such rich history would become a grand hub.
There's so many people. This is so exciting.
It's a place for us to share our cultures.
I love how I go into a recommended lobby and it doesn't look like there's anyone in this hub.
So many facilities. Let's go look around.
Yeah, let's make the rounds.
Oh, now it looks like there's people. The Grand Hub has every facility you'll need to prepare for a hunt. There's also special entertainment that can only be found in the hub. So let's have a look around at the map. Squad information counter has been relocated from the Windward Plains to the Grand Hub. The new location is perfect for having even more fun with your squad mates. Yeah. Okay, cool. We obtained a new title as well, which is very helpful. Alright, so we've got... This is a bulletin board where you can view announcements, check and receive rewards for limited bounties, and see various thingamadoogies. Yep, cool. The top 10 have not changed since the last announcement. New limited bounties are available. 5 ranked. Oshagama of the Hollow. Hunter rank 16 plus and up to 2 players. Aha. Right now, Wounded Follow in nighttime. So, Season of Plenty. Wyverns. Tranquility. Fallow in the Scarlet. Season of Plenty in the Windward. So it's fallow in the basin and in the forest. I know what we need to do now. Well, one of the things I had is that I have to try and capture a Doshogama in the Scarlet Forest, and I know I have pieces for whatsamahoozies, so we're gonna go into a camp. We're gonna update my loadout. So give me a minute. Alright. Get rid of... Keep the dung pods. Put all of you away. Rare steaks. Actually, no, hang on. Let's bring the rare steaks with us. Alright, let's have a look, So, that's deodorant. Life powder. So, we need the traps. So, there's one trap there. But then we also need... Where are our bombs? Here we go, trank bombs. So we can only hold 8, but that's fine. Restock items, there we go. Manage loadouts. So that was our first loadout with like barely anything in it. Register loadout. Rename capture. Capture. Spell properly. Goodness. There we go. Alright, so yeah, so we got a Shock Trap, we got Trank Bombs, we got Mighty Seed, Adamant Seed, Null Berries to help us out. Should be good in that department. And then let's get some of these herbs made into potions. So we got honey now. Dun dun dun. Not a lot of herb. Bitter broth can make deodorant. Fire and Godbud can make cleanser. Oh, we got a reason for using the fire herb, which is nice. Catalyst is bitter broth and immunizer is 6. Immunizer and nourishing. What does that make? Oh, that's how we get our ancient potion. Alright, so Mandragora and bitter broth. Goodness gracious. Some of this is going to be very tricky to put together. Alright, so we got plenty of hot drink. We don't have the materials we need for that. We can do the demon drug. Item can be crafted. Will be crafted using required materials. Ah, okay. Alright, and that gives us Mega. And then, already made that. Mighty Pill. Mega Potion using Nourishing Extract. And then Hard Shell. Go. Farcaster, we can't make more of those. Gunpowder, we've done plenty of. Devil Blast makes Mega Bombs. So we got multiple ways of making Mega Bombs. Can't make that yet. Done. Poison Bomb a few times. Flash, Dung Palm, rolled up dung makes that. Large dung. And then luring requires the excite thingy-majiggy. So we need excite shrooms. A lot of excite shrooms. Oh, sleep herb. God damn it. Alrighty, so War Bongo, we're gonna change you to... We're gonna just change you over into another kind of hammer. So then that way I'm not fucking up my, whatsamahoozies. Meal is still good for another 30. What's rest? Oh, so I can change it into that kind of stuff. Nice, nice, but it uses, like, research points to do that. Alright, let's have a look. So, there is a Doshagama there. Alright. Late night with the fallow. Begin the field survey. Let's use a lucky voucher. Should be good. Alright. Take the bitter bug. Take a blue mushroom. God, I remember when I had, like, free time during the holidays. I just played so much of Monster Hunter World. I'm gonna be on holiday in, like, 2 weeks, actually. So, during the Christmas... Sorry, not Christmas break. During the Easter... So, there's Easter, which is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But then, after that long weekend, we have Anzac Day in Australia, which goes off on the Friday after Easter and what have you. So what I have been able to do is I've arranged to have time off between the days of Easter and Anzac, which makes it so then that way I will be able to have, like, you know, a good, like, 10 days off nearly. It'll be good. Should be good, I'd say. The only downside is that I do have to work the Saturday shift during the Easter weekend, and I did that as sort of like as a goodwill thing to a workmate, because he had Easter plans because he has, like, you know, a wife and kids and what have you, and does like the family thing. So I didn't have plans for Easter. I was just gonna be by myself. Like, I wasn't even gonna take part in the Easter nonsense, because it's like, I don't, like, there isn't a benefit to me eating chocolate, because then it's just gonna fuck up with my diet. Dunk, dunk. Once this guy is weak, then we'll do a... Oh, I should have got an alluring thing. Oh, I should have put that in my loadout as well. That was the wrong way.
Weather's changing.
Alright, let's give this a try. Because as far as I know, he should have a weakness to fire. There we go. 2, 3, 4. Come on. Come on. He's interested in Cookie, of all things. Oh, and there's a whole ton of rain going off now because, yeah, we're in the fallow season. Two, three. Could you, like, stop? Like, there we go. Ow. Alright. Drink that up. And... oh, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Finisher. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's a Rathalos at this area as well. That's not going to be too good. Oh, and a Tempered Labrana. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad of a thingamadiggy to chase after when I'm free. Because she has lovely looking layered armor gear, so... I need to learn how to do the layered armor. Alright. Come on, Circuit. Alright. 2, 3, 4. Drink this up. Okay, so that's a poison cup. Let's go for the Bright Moss, because that will give us... oh, hello, honey.
I'll ride with you.
Thank you for the honey. Thank you for the thingy-majiggy. Self-improvement has activated. Ah, yes. Awesome. So, that goes off... I'm going to imagine on, like, the 10-minute mark. Ah, Labrana is leaving the locale. Oh, but that's not the tempered one. That's just the normal.
Nimble as a cat, fierce as a cat.
Ah!
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Three, 2, 1. Goey Jerry, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Saturday morning is normally my MMO morning and such, and rather than going through more Final Fantasy XIV, because there's like, I need to do some like, you know, just getting back into the feels of it and such like that, I felt like playing some Monster Hunter Wilds, because Monster Hunter is an MMO, I say. What do you think? What are your thoughts? Do you think Monster Hunter Wilds is technically an MMO, a massive multiplayer online game? I know it doesn't look it as I'm playing by myself, but I reckon it is. Through, like, god damn you. Let's get you out of the way. There we go. Watch, observe as I make this a multiplayer. Yep. Bam. There we go. Two, three. Ah! Alright, cool. We got support peeps coming in, so... Alrighty, let me just get these carcasses out of the way, because they have pelts I need for, different kinds of, gear. Should be a few of these guys around. Yeah, there's another one. And then... I honestly thought there'd be more of them, but okay. Come on, Sarakit. There you go. Alright, so... As cool as having an elemental, like, being able to exploit an elemental weakness is, I'm gonna go back to my Chupacabra hammer, because that guy there just does better raw damage, which, frankly, I kinda prefer at this point. Alright, so... Done. Alright, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Brana left the venue. I know that. Goddamn roars. 2, 1. There we go. Hit him in the nard. Let's get some wounds going. He's still a ways from being captured, but it is what it is. Ah! Sir Dragon! Why didn't that play a video?
Let's begin then.
Let's destroy some wounds. There we go. Got some wounds destroyed while he's enraged. Latent power is being activated, so we should be able to do more damage now. Left forearm broke. Thank you, Olivia. There There we go. Another wound broken. Whetstone, come on. There we go. I need to get the rarity up. Hi there, Zach. You're looking very handsome this Saturday morning. I'm feeling good. I am still under 100 kilograms, which is fairly nice, but I'm having to grapple with the fact that I can't have all 3 of my meals as shakes anymore. I need to introduce, like, an actual, like, food meal, like, once a day. So I've opted for dinners to normally be the one that I have the meal because of, like, social obligation and what have you. But sometimes I make it lunches if it's a case of, like, you know, I was going to do, like, work from home, or maybe there was a stream that I wanted to, you know, prep for. So, yeah. A part of me very much just wants to, like, say, oh, yay, I'm under 100 kilograms, job done, don't need to try and continue losing weight and such. But, like, different scales are like, oh, you should be at, you know, like, you know, say, for example, 76 kilograms, or, oh my god, what the fuck, how did you do that? Oh, no, wrong one. I need a drink potion. Come on. There we go, there we go, there we go. I need to be mindful because I need to actually hunt this Doshagama. Alright, another Conga for his pelt. Excelente. Did he get bigger? I feel like he got bigger somehow. This... Oh, wait, no, hang on. I need to... Where the fuck is it? There it is. Come on. Come on, fall into the trap, fall into the... Yeah! Yes! Woo! I wasn't paying attention to his health for a little bit there, so I almost lost him, actually. But I did get him in the end. So, yeah. Because I have a quest that's like, oh, go ahead and capture this guy. But there wasn't any, what's-a-mahoozy thing. Alright, so we got something or rather orb. We got a beast gem as a bonus. Fangs, sphere, orbs. That was a good, lucky voucher to use. Bolt 2 for thunder attack. True shot, bomber, marathon runner, flight for the airborne. Nice. Another increase to our what's-a-mahoozy. Alright. There was... So that's just a normal Conga. What the... Wait, what? Rathalo... Oh, it's just talking about a herbivore. These right over there. King of the Skies. There was like a tempered something or rather around here, wasn't there? Oh, Uth Duna. Oh, I can't create that because it's an apex predator and I'm not strong enough for it. So there's Conga. Large pink thingy madiggy. He's leaving the region right now. I could go after the Rathalos, honestly. Begin a field survey. Do you have a favorite weapon yet? Hammer. Hammer is the favorite weapon. You are never going to convince me otherwise. I have been, like, experimenting and putting, like, I've done a little bit of experimentation by, like, you know, playing, like, each of the, different, weapons, like, I want to do it at least 10 times. There we go. Get ourselves a mega potion that way. So yeah, I do, so like I'm playing like some of the weapons like 10 times, but quite frankly, hammer every day. Ooh, Rathlos scratch marks. Where the fuck did that come from? Here we go. Giving us Rathlos scales, another flash bug because we can. There he is.
Contact with it.
So that's a Rathalos.
I hop on.
I remember fighting him long ago in Worlds. Man, to think he wasn't, like, the biggest threat in Worlds either. Tashin from Sid would like to offer us a meal. Oh, okay, okay. Oh my goodness, a raid! Hello, Vikstein! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! I hope you're doing alright. Welcome, streamers! Welcome, viewers. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Normally, Saturday mornings are either a MMO or, you know, at the end, last Saturday of the month, I'll do a community stream. But, today, I wanted to play some Monster Hunter Wilds, because I've not done too much of that since getting the game. And another raid! Neon! Neon, hi! Hi, hi! Welcome! Oh my god, I'm nearly dead. Hello, everyone! That's... Hang on, I need to... Oh my god, I am so close to dead. Fuck. Ah, this was a bad time to go out against a Rathalos for the willy-nillys. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. And welcome. I hope you're all doing alright. Let's see. So, Vixie got in first. So, Vixie got the shout-out. Neon Boy... I don't know why it's not doing the shout-out for Neon Boy, but maybe... Oh, it's... Yeah, because I did the thingamajig. I'll need to ask a moderator at one point, to shout out Neon Shark Boy, because, yeah, there's like a 10-minute time limit for, shout-outs and channels and what have you. But, yeah, welcome, welcome. How was... So, for Vixie, how was the Textortius? The story of Ray Bibble, whatever the fuck that is. I have no clue what that game is. Oh, shit. Oh, that was gonna hurt. Let's see. Can I get you looking this way? Smile for the birdie. There we go. Nice! Oh my god, hammer time! Oh, damn it. Okay. Need it. There we go. Do the what's Mahuzi potion. Oh, nice! Come on, let's get that head. Let's get that head. Let's get that head. Let's get that head. Come on. Here we go. This is gonna get him out of the sky. Yeah! Now he's enraged. We'll talk soon, but BRB, bathroom. Not to worry, Neon Shark Boy. If you got a raid and dash, I totally understand. Same for you too, Vix. Ah! Oh my goodness. So, alright, so so we got Sharkwood, and then knew I had a good idea raiding you. Also, sorry for having my shirt, my chest exposed. Someone stole my shirt, so you gotta deal with the himbo titties right now. Oh, god damn you. Dunk. Don't die! Ow. Ah! Fuck! Oh, that was a terrible thing. My raid and dash is going to the Yeem party, so see you later. Oh, you're going to Unname's raid. You're going to their VR chat party. Nice! I hope you have a wonderful time there. Give me a minute. I need to... let's
Meeps with the 39-month tier 1 sub. Jib cookies.
Cookie? You want this cookie? Is that it? Cookie? You know where to get cookies in the redeems. Alright, so no, that does interactive nonsense. That is not what I want. Pick up herb. Pick up herb. Oh, excuse me. Oh, something got stuck in my throat. Thank you so much, Meeps, for subscribing for the last 39 months. That has been over 12, 24, 3. That's been over 3 years. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisement that pops up, and you've been around long enough. You probably have a favorite emote at this point. All right, you auto move, and let's get you sharpened. Oh my god, how fucking far away is this thing? Alright, pick up the god bug while I'm at it. You and Angel, thank you so much for the follow. Cookie cat. Oh, it's just a regular cookie. I didn't have like a ding dunk. Oh boy, oh boy. Move, 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 move. Avoid, because his tail will sometimes do poison as well, which isn't great. Come on, there we go. Oh. 3, 2, 1. Oh, fire. Not good, not good. Thou ist welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful time. Did you come in from Vic Stein's raid or Neon Shark Boy? Once a few minutes have passed, I'll need to do a shout out for Neon Shark Boys because the shout out thing has like a time limit, even on a, you know, 2 different like streamer kind of thing. Here we go. Ah! 2, 1. Alright.
Snap out of it.
Shit. Okay, cool. Avoided that. There's gotta be... I gotta have a... Oh, what the fuck? There's 2 of them now? How did that happen? Alright, let's get it. Let's try and flash. Actually, no. Let's dung pod. Eat my fucking farts. Fuck you. There we go. There we go. 2, 3, 4. Why must there be 2 of you here? You came in from Neon stream. Ah, nice, nice, nice. What was Neon playing? Okay.
Jockstrap's down and ready for you.
The All Harkin would like to offer you a meal. Yep. Alright. I still have my meal bonus, which is okay, but I do not have any... Alright, let's have a look at... There we go. Alright. So... Oh, no, 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 no. You don't get to eat something, motherfucker. One. 3, 2, 1. Okay, do not run straight into him. VR. Ah, okay, they were doing some V. Oh, no, 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 no. Wrong thingy-majiggy to press. Could you, like, stop chasing after me, please? There we go. Ah, you and your... I miss earplugs. I miss having earplugs. Ding, dong, dong, dong. Wait, is Unnamed gonna be at the VR thingy-majiggy? Because, like, I thought they're over at, Fur Fiesta or something. Like, they're at a Fur Con right now. At least that's where I thought they were. Three, 4, 5. Oh boy.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
2, 1. Oh, no, 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 no. Not good, not good, not good. Oh, left wing broken. Excellent.
Ready for you.
Alright. Nice. Thank you, Palico, for the shock trap. This will be very fucking helpful.
Almost there. Got it on the ground.
Nice! Alright. He's weak, which means we have a chance.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
There we go. Come on, come on. No, you don't. God damn you. Alright. Well, we got some congas to break up and such. You have no idea if Unname's gonna be there? Yeah, fair enough. I'll have a quick look into there and such like that. Because I will most likely be done with this at, like... Because I know the hangout starts off at, like, noon and such, which is in, like, you know, an hour from now. But I've still got, like, another, I would say, 2 hours of this particular, of this game. Because I normally try and put in, like, you know, a decent, like, minimum 3 hours into streams and what have you, going forward. With, most recently, in, like, the last week or two, I've been trying to do, 4-hour streams minimum. So, I find that if I go for, like, you know, sure, it seems kind of obvious when you say it aloud of, like, oh, long-form streams perform better when you stream for longer. Who knew? And it's just like, yeah, but it was all about, like, you know, trying to do the free time and what have you. Nice! Come on, come on. There we go. That's what we want. Let's get you down on the ground. There we go.
Now's our chance.
2, 3, 4.
Load of these claws.
2. Yeah! Based. Yes! We fainted like twice, one for each person, but we got to it in the end. Amazing. Oh, eggs. Can be delivered after being brought back to...
If that's the case, please deliver it to the camp.
Where the fuck?
Uh-oh. Looks like the egg's parent has caught on to us.
I didn't realize I could pick up this thing. That's a bit of a problem. Look at me just carrying this fucker. I have no clue where the nearest camp is, though, which is a problem. Alright. So yeah, we fainted twice, which reduces our, like, what's-a-mahoozy. So recovery, ambush, and what's-a-mahoos. But I didn't use, like, a lucky thingy-majiggy, so it's fine. Still not max rank yet? I thought I had, like, another... Oh my goodness. Hit him where it hurts. Thank you! I have no idea how to pronounce that name, but thank you for helping me out. Alright. So. I need the map. Because I have no clue where my, Uh-oh. Let's try and get out of here. Oh, we can pick it up again. Okay. Okay, so that's a strong Rathalos. Oh. Note to self, do not grab the Rathian egg. It's gonna be very upset. Should have known better, but I was an idiot. Alright. Oh, look. Camp. Alright. Let's transfer some items. So we don't need to carry every single one of these things. Wait, can I... Yeah, restock the items. I don't really have a need for anything there. View/sell artisan materials. Oh, so I can sell these things. Okay, well. I can now grill a meal, though, which is recommended. I'm just gonna cook with rations. I'm not gonna do, like, extra nonsense to it. Oh, wait, no! What am I thinking? Oh, my God, someone was offering me a meal! I could have gone there. Oh, my God. You can now change Alma's outfit from the change appearance menu. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. So I can now, like, change thingamadiggy from there. Nice. And then... Dink. Donk. So now I can do that. And then I can change the pigments. So I can go, like... that one and... that one. Can I copy the... change all pigment ones. There we go. So, custom color there. Change all pigment 2s. Just classic. Black and white. And then underclothes, we're not going to do anything there. Alright. Yay. And then Palico's equipment. I like his gear. I like the crazy look of his gear. So yeah, we can't change Elma's gear from here. Rathalos has left the locale. Thank goodness. Tempered Yin Kutku. Or, yeah, Kutku. Don't know if I'm gonna have a good time with you. Let's head back to base camp, because I'm pretty sure there's a mission I need to turn in, because I captured, like, a Doshagama earlier, and then after capturing the Doshagama, I was like, oh, we're gonna go and, do a Rathalos, and then that was pretty fun. And then we stole an egg, and then we died. View and complete missions. Yay! So we get ourselves some armor spheres. And so we need complete missions in Iberia and deal with monsters. Alright, and then you...
Thanks to Shagama in the first, which is another even an
I see.
At first, if anything, the pack growing stronger would invite power. I'll need to study pack alpha interactions up close. Or no.
Eric? Yeah.
Yep. Do not care. Alright, ooh, actually, because I captured that Rathalos, does it mean... Alright. Talk to... Does that mean I have, like, a new hammer I can make now? Because I captured the rat... Nah, I still don't have the pieces. I have no idea what it is expecting from me. For all I know, it wants me to deal with another Guardian Rathalos at, like, the higher level in order to upgrade that. So yeah, because this one, it has affinity, which is nice. But it's weaker than my Chata Cobbler, which is all the way down here. Yeah, and I don't know what I can... So yeah, so that Bludgeoner can go even further. Ooh, okay, so there's the Kutyaku, which then goes into that. So the Kutyaku requires a wing. And then from there, it goes into this guy, who has positive affinity and gives us fire. Doesn't give us a stamina bonus, but it gives us critical boost. Oh, that is going to be good. Okay, so maybe I should have been going after the Kutyaku when I had a chance. Because from the Kutyaku, I can then go into the what's-mahuzi guy over there. And then... That's going to be something else. So that explains the red bludgeoner over there. And then whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, like, look at all that nonsense I can make. And then this is my upgrade list. So that requires Guardian Scales. You know what? Let's add it to our wish list. Lala Barina Mucus Plus. Okay. And so let's do that, and then that can get upgraded, but you need, like, Great Stout, which I do not know if that's going to be a problem to grab. Excuse me.
Got something in mind? Shebar.
That looks cool as fuck. Gives us evade window. So instead of latent power, it gives us the evade window. And then that gives us paralysis, but honest. Oh yeah, and then there's like, I'll need to like probably go against most of the creatures at high rank difficulty at some point to make sure I get crazy looking stuff. Some of this looks cool. Others I'll need to like hunt out. So yeah, so this Guardian Secret with the earplugs would honestly be pretty good. I wouldn't get much fire resistance, and I get hit with negative dragon resistance, but it would be better for my water and ice. Plus, it don't look too bad like that. And then there's this one here, which makes it a bit like a cape. So that one does earplugs 1. I'd rather the earplugs 2. So I'll add that to the wish list. What's the skill info? Water resistance, outdoorsman improves fishing, grilling, and transportating abilities. Flexible leather increases gathering speed and prevents knockback when gathering or carving. Okay, so that's obviously at some point going to be gear for when I explore and what have you. And then Fulgrim and Janeth. And then we got Doshagama stuff. That's cool. But requires way more fang and hide before we use it. Going from flinch free to recovery and free meal. Stun resistance. Not that interested. Guardian gives us iron skin and what have you, though, which might be better. Oh, okay, and then these things can give us earplug. Oh, but the head gives us earplug as well. Hang on. What does burst do? On the first hit, gain a temporary attack and elemental boost replaced by a larger boost after the 5th hit. Hit 5 successive times for a moderate stat boost. Oh. Honestly? That would be pretty good. We lose out on a slot, but I reckon... So yeah, so what we could probably do is go for... Okay, so leggings can give us earplugs, and they give us divine, so... Alright. Let's go for... So Guardian Fang 2... We need gems for... Gem and plate for that, and this. So that would give us burst 2. So that gives us burst 2. Divine, Blessing, and Earplugs. Bleeding, and that gives us another burst. That gives us burst. So this would obviously give us, like... Yeah, so that would give us full bleed and burst. So, because that does 1, and then this one doesn't give us as much. Alright, I'm gonna add you to the wish list. And then we've got Rathalos, that gives us Adrenaline Rush. Classic. Alright. Adrenaline Rush. Temporary increases attack power after executing a perfectly timed evade just as a monster attacks. I don't know if I am doing that often, I'm gonna be real with you. And then Mitsune gives us burst and constitution, which would be pretty good. But I don't know if I'm gonna be doing that often. Botanist, item prolonger. So, and then chainmail gives us geologist. Bone gives us speed eating and marathon. Alloy gives us the quick sheath and flinch free. This we're already using the etymology for. Talioth is for burst and for a leap of faith. Huh. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna add that to my wish list. Yeah, because leap of faith and burst will... Because we don't need to worry too much. And so that's for the mobility. And then Vespoid can give us... Evade and survival expert, which we don't really care about too much with that. This gives us part breaker and flinch free. This gives us sleep resistance and what have you. Kutyaku gives us the agitator. Our good friend the Chatakabra. We already got the Quimeritress nonsense. Labrina would look good. Conga makes you look like a BDSM, this one. He makes you look like a BDSM wrestler. Nope, I wasn't done in this area. Fuck. Rompolo, wide range, earplugs, foray. Poison resistance and weakness, exploit an ambush. Balara gives you a geologist somewhere. Oh, it gives it to you in the chest. Interesting. Ingot gives you resentment, windproof, and what have you. Guardian Sacred for the earplugs, which we've done. Outdoorsman. Alright. So, add that to the wish list. Alright, so we got a few things on our wish list now. Ooh, a tempered, or Labrana. Can I go for that one? Weak to fire. Let's create that quest. Begin the field survey. We're going. she's on my to-do list as well for, like, you know, cool-looking gear. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. There we go. Herbs, because we can. Grab the bitter book, because we can. Grab the honey.
There's a monster here.
Yep, I see it. It's right over there. Three, two, one. Oh, thank goodness for the divine blessing on that one. And that one. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's the stuff of nightmares for arachnophobes like myself.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Mm-hmm. Fuck it. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Uh-huh. Okay, so it's doing claw nonsense. Oh. There we go. Come on, drink up, drink up, drink up, drink up. There we are. Would be nice if you didn't run away like that, but okay, here we are. 2, 1. Ah! If I didn't run in towards it, it would have just missed the distance. Charlotte is waiting to join with the others. Oh my god! Drink up, drink up, drink up, drink up! There we go. Ah! Get the fuck up, get the fuck up, get the fuck up, get the fuck up! Oh my god, there's a lot of people trying to join in on the quest now.
Bigger wasp for you.
There we go! Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I'll see you back at camp.
Bam. Here we go. Oh my god, the fucking insect glaive, Charlotte. Absolutely crazy. Two, three. Two, one. Two, one. Left claw broken. There we go. Tempered wound destroyed. Oh, okay, so that's different from a normal wound, I suppose. Oh my god, there's so much crazy nonsense going on because of these two. Of course, the charge blade, the insect. Oh, there's a gun lance as well. There's all kinds of crazy effects. Oh, these guys are going nutty. Holy shit. This is amazing to watch. Holy crap. Bussin'. That was incredible. Goon. Based. Hers is bigger than mine. Nice. In-fucking-credible. Oh, hang on. There's a, I could pick up stuff from these guys. Actually, I probably need their carcass. Oh, I've got rusted gear, broken blade, crushed tubes, stamina surge, crushed disc. Ooh, maximum might. Nice. Okay. Hunter rank increase yet again. Oh my goodness. Charlotte, Jack Oswald, and Sylvia, thank you so much for the help. I have no idea if they're watching this, but who knows? Where's the other? There was like another one of... Oh, that's probably down here, isn't it? Jeweled mullet, nice. Another jeweled mullet. Nice. Just picking up all kinds of fish. Uh-huh. Oh, hello. Another fish. Thank you. New sushi fish. Nice, nice, nice. Alrighty. Based. I need to remember to move out from communication and back into action. Alright, let's have a look at the map here. So there's a Rathian over here. Item trade. Oh, wait, but someone wanted to, like, have a dinner with us, didn't they? Guardian What's Mahuzi is on my to-do list. Zhuwu. I didn't think we had anything with Zhuwu. Training area. This one. Wrath from Above is a quest I need to do. Ada wants to talk. Rove wants to talk. Rove wants to talk. Alright, let's head back to the Windward Plains and see what quests we can do there before going further. Also gotta catch up on my water consumption. Jesus, 2 liters is a lot of water to catch up on.
Wow, we sure got here fast.
Alright. Oh my god, we're... that was a bit of a lag. Alright, you got anything for us?
Take your time and browse.
Nothing new in this department, but I will pick up way more traps just in case I fuck up.
Glad I stocked up on that.
Yeah. Alright, support ship. What's up, my man?
Don't be shy. Have a
Demon drug, absolutely.
Hope it serves you well.
Dust, thank you. Carapace, sure. Scales, always good. Pitfall traps, we'll always grab that. Barrel bowling voucher. Okay. Pink Macross, an assault conga, Rompo hacker. Oh! I needed this thing. Grab you. So that saves me time. Miscellaneous items. Materials for forging weapons and armor or medicines. I'm gonna go with miscellaneous. I'm gonna keep to miscellaneous for this one. Alrighty. Alrighty, Tom, you got something for me? Here's your delivery backlog. Put it into your item box. Awesome. Huh. Detailed full screen. Alright. Wrath from above. Quimerit twist. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Alright, we'll do some prep. And let's see. Can we do the upgrade that I'm hoping we could do? Guardian requires the Guardian Scales, which we don't have. The Bone, I don't want to use up my Bone. We didn't get more Barina Mucus like I hoped, so...
What are we making today?
Let's have a look. So... Alright, so we got that locked away. But... insufficient funds or materials. So we need Rathalos wings and Mabulas. Guardian pelt. No idea what Cheddar cover. Add that to the wish list just in case. And then we got the hope thingamadiggy there. Alright. The secondary, we're going to at least bring the Dragon Hammer just in case. Forge / upgrade from wish list. So we don't have the Gaju, so we don't have the hides. Talioths, I don't know what they are. Yeah, none of these I can make at this point. Whatever that. Chetacabra Carapace and Acute Fangs and whatever the fuck that is. Cool. I can forge artisan parts. Cracked disc. And a tube. Ice paralysis. Okay. 1036. Gonna go with the... Oh, okay, so the artisan bonus is attack infusion. So if I go, like, 3 levels of infusion...
Look good?
Let's see what it makes. Let's equip it as our primary. Reinforce and dismantle. Artisans can be reinforced up to 5 times, consuming to cumulative increase the reinforcement. This will grant random reinforcement effects. Obtained that can be used for reinforcement by dismantling or by smelting Orisakite and other ores at the smelting foundry in Azuz. Okay, interesting. So... yeah, so you can do it up to 5 times that way. I got nothing in there. Speculite and Dream. I'm just gonna use the 10. Actually, you know what? 2, 3.
I'm ready to work.
Let's see what that does. Reinforce 5 times. Okay. affinity. So it gave us an attack boost, 2 affinities, a sharpness boost, and another attack boost. Should be good. And it gives us some gems, so should be good. All right. Let's have a look. So we can do water, thunder, sleep. Extends the range, true shot, artillery. Strengthens explosive attacks like shells, wyvern flame, charge blade, ammo, sticky ammo. Nah, that's not my thing. Increases the damage of jumping attacks. Reduces knockback and stamina depletion while guarding. Well, I don't guard. Allows you to guard against ordinarily unblockable attacks. Let's just go... Thunder, ice, poison, blast. Increases elemental damage, doesn't help us. Increases elemental power and status buildup for charge attacks. Extends the weapon's sharpness gauge, will not increase the maximum sharpness. Does not decrease for a set time after sharpening. Ooh. Are deflected less and deal more damage to hard targets. I like that one. Actually, you know what? Let's do attack there. Do the mind's eye there. And then we've got... I like the idea of Slugger. Slugger is always a nice little addition. Alright. What about my Palico? You're about as good as I can make you. Alright. So we can have a tops 2 people join us, but it doesn't look like... Alright, let me just go into my tent and transfer some of these items, because I don't need all these things in here. Fuck it. Fuck it, let's bring a trap with us. Pitfall and... what's some Uzis? Customize radial menu. Ammo, communication, registered. Oh, I wish it would show it to us in the radial order, but I'm not about to fuck around with that. Stand by. Alright, let's see how we go. I imagine it's asking us to go at a Quimeratris first, but then our Rathalos is gonna come in. Hence why I got, like, the Guardian Hammer as my secondary. That way we can do, like, dragon-based damage. God, the artisan weapon looks weird.
Wow, what a view!
Go. Should still... oh, thorn grass, always good. Antidote. Dung, because we can. Yeah, you should be fine as is. Alright, let's see how we go. Should be good. My god, this guy is out yonks. What the fuck? Ah, the watering hole is why. Okay.
I'll just hop off for now.
So far, so good. 2, 3.
Emotional damage.
Oh, Jesus, that caught me by surprise. There's been a lot of, like, lines that have caught me by surprise, like the hello and the emotional damage. Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. You want to help me out? Ah! I got a guardian weapon. Look at me. 2, 1. Oh, it has like a little... 2, 3. That. For some reason, it has me hunting a Chimeritress again. But it's, you know, it's fine. Give me a moment. I can do a few quests. Nice! Lovely. Thank you so much. Nope. Alright, hang on. Two, one. Two, three. Ah, barely got him. Am I just hitting the fish? Is that what I'm doing when I'm in here as well? Three. There we go. Oh, that was a good that was a convenient hit there.
Power up activate.
Bonk. There we go. Oh, maybe I might not have much of a problem with this. This side mission made it seem like as if this was going to be like extra difficult to do, but maybe it's not because of the artisan weapon I have doing like so much fucking raw damage for me. So yeah, because this artisan is like at 1,000 points right now, which is like my strongest weapon right now. Alright, capture net. Let's see. Any fishes? Nah, the fish are all gone. Also, it has like a... Maybe it's because of the slot size? Maybe because of the decoration I did? It's got a pretty good, like, sharpness rating. Oh, hang on. What the fuck are you? Oh, I've already captured such things. Okay. Hey, you got caught out. Nice try. 2, 1. How did I break its tail from the front? Jesus. Yep. Look at it going. Wait, is this a high rank? I didn't think I'd get this guy done so quickly. Also, how's it going, Sir Dragon? Why you wanna... Why lick the booty? Dink. Ooh, also, Windward Succulent. Thank you for the succulent. Alrighty. Dink. Unequip this. That way I get to use up the Thorn Glass just one more time. Let's not get caught out by the Sandworm. Well, I'm not going to be able to hit him from like 100 meters. Or, excuse me, 100 yalms they probably want me to use. Alright. Is it? Oh, it's going back to its chook nest. Vine Trap? Come on. Do it. You know you want to. Get over here, you silly bugger. Bam. Boom. Damn it, wasn't able to do the roll quickly enough. Twice? Ah, you asshole. Oh, that was a beautiful hit. Okay. So it was just a Chimeritress. Weird. I thought this was going to be a tougher battle, because it had like a Ratho message to it, but I guess not. Fuck it. That was easy. That made no sense. Sorry for disrupting your weekend, Blue. Yeah, look! Wrath from above, go. It says wrath from above. Why the fuck is it giving me a Quimeritress with a phrase like wrath from above? Ah. Alright. That was an easy mission. Like, come on, man. Or is it going to give me a cutscene now, and then that's going to, you know, kick off the next bit? Because I did take on a Rathalos recently, but that was back in the WoW. You can report completed side... Oh, okay, so I need to talk to my...
Hey,
Oh, it was for my Palico cookie!
always helping out with my ideas. Gemma helped me put together the Wrath from Above.
Oh!
No idea you two are cooking. I'm a lucky.
Right. You can own.
Thanks.
Okay, so it was for him. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Just a little bit more. Giving him large hunting bombs. Increasing your hunter rank. Palico has learned a support move. Alright. Hunt a Jepekros in the Windward Plains. Is in the Windward, only active during the fallow. I reckon we're currently in fallow conditions, aren't we? Oh, no, we're not in fallow. So we'll be in like a season of plenty. So there's Rathian, Tempered. Ooh, Tempered. Oh, you're not available yet. Okay. Meritris, Rathian. Okay, so it gives us some predictions. Fuck it, let's... So it doesn't give us... Alright. Darrow's research continued. Ember Ruffle, Gravid Bowfin, Oil Well Basin. Although it seems he has ulterior motives, it might be the best to help him out. Yeah, let's head over there. Shagama, we've done Fulgrim, Rathalos, Guardian Shagama, and then we got these small guys here. Guardian Secret and Talioth. Where the fuck? Oh! Talioths are in the plane. Oh, okay, so it would be advantageous for me to head out into the plains right now and find the small creature and get them out of the way. They're gonna be around here somewhere. Ah, I couldn't go over that thing, could I? Hey, look, it's, what's a Mahoozy? Uth something. Let's get out of the water during a thunderstorm, because I imagine that's going to cause problems. Alright, there's one of them. Ah! You spooked me. Hi, Blue. How's it going?
Hey, you're getting easily spooked today, so I'm taking this opportunity.
To spook me after all the times I build a house in your server.
Yeah, do you realize how many times I have to convert that house?
Alright, so the Talioth was in my to-do list, and then I need like 3 of them. Hopefully I'll get enough. Yay! Okay, cool. So that gets its arms out of the way. I was like doing some random like gear collections and what have you. Thorn glass. Oh. I cannot.
You're doing the thing that I have to do every now and then. It's like whenever I need to make something, I need this random piece of material that you can only get by killing small things.
Yeah. Ooh, another tempered Quimeratris. And it can give you artisan parts. You got your artisan weapon?
I built my artisan weapons, but the problem is upgrading them is a pain.
Oh yeah, because it's
They
like oil
take
well
so
shit,
much
isn't it?
material.
Yeah. And you're not gonna get them because of fighting the tempered beasts that have the artisan weapons, are you? It's like elsewhere?
It's the stuff that you need to upgrade the weapon. So the only way to get it consistently is just hunt random monsters.
Uh-huh.
Particularly, I would say Zoashia, Gormagala, and anything on the high end, and just turn their materials into the stuff you need. So you're pretty much just farming.
Well... Oh, hello. Hang on. A Balahara. I have not fought a Balahara, but for whatever reason, he's not on my... I don't see him in my little environment on here. Where the fuck is he? Or did he disappear at this point, and I just don't see him? So there's Kafka's village. Or is he... No. No. Strange, I don't see him. Huh. There we go. I'm gonna go hunt this guy, because I haven't hunted him in high rank, and, you know, there's always shit to find. Use my lucky voucher. So yeah, how is it going, Blue?
It's been going alright. Even though I have to stream a bit later. I also need to go shopping before I go streaming.
Yep. It's all the responsibilities of being a strong, independent woman who need no man.
Yes, that's the whole point.
Understandable. I have to be the responsible one. I was talking about it with chat, because, like, you get advertisements from, like, Hungry Jacks and such, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? I got ads for Monster Hunter Wilds while I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds, while seeing a streamer play Monster Hunter Wilds, so I think I get the point.
I think they want you to play Monster Hunter Wilds. Alright, here I am, and bonk.
Alright, time to try something stupid.
Oh, not Insect Glaive for the 100th time?
Well, I play, you know, Dual Blades from time to time, play Insect Glaive a lot of the time. I still need to make a bow build.
Yeah, okay.
But the problem is, I need freaking gems, the decorations.
Yeah, I remember from Worlds that being a pain. So, and while a part of me would love to go back to Worlds to, you know, actually get that done, get up to Fatalis and what have you, I just don't have the time. Like, in 2 weeks I'll be on break, which will be nice. I might, like, make it a thing of, like, you know, do long-hour streams during the, you know, the days between Easter and Anzac Day, because I have that time off. And just make it where it's like, right, you're going to see me for at least 9 hours, and we're going to be playing, like, at least 2 different games. So... Do you get Easter off, at least?
Oh, I got Easter off. I took 3 days off from work, so I get 10 days off.
Hey, you're doing the same thing as I'm doing. Nice.
But work knew that everyone's going to do that, so they said just screw this and we're just going to shut down during that period, so... The only thing it does is it kind of annoys the casuals, but I'm like, well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not a friend of yours on Wilds.
What the fuck? Okay, we'll need to fix that. Oh, So there you go. GrantZeebs 7P89T6MD. Hopefully you see all that shit.
Alright, give me a second because sometimes I'm annoyed by how they did all of this, was it setup?
Mm-hmm.
Mostly, like, they made it so hard to connect with people for some reason.
Even when you're Steam friends, it's like they don't let you just do an automatic, like, link up or any of that kind of shit, which is annoying. Ah! Ooth's irking on my terrain, and I do not have the option to make a quest out of him. There we go. Here we go. There we are. But yeah, crazy to think that we're not like friends in Monster Hunter Wilds.
Because we haven't played together.
Alright, get over here. Get over here. Be an idiot and walk into the great whatsamahoozies. What? That didn't work. Oh. Uncoordinated as fuck.
Yeah, this is kind of stupid. Like, if I try to go to your thing in the Steam's friends list, it doesn't even give you the option to, you know...
Add the Steam friend as, like, a hunter friend?
Or just join game, because in World, if someone's in a quest and they have open slots, you can just join in from there if you want.
Yeah. I wonder if I fucked something up on my end where I didn't, like, properly combine the Capcom shit or what have you. I doubt it, but you never know. There we go.
Okay, that's not what I want. Can you pass it to me again? Because apparently, I think I got one character wrong.
Okay. One moment. Gonna... Hopefully someone in chat was paying attention. Was anyone in chat paying attention? No, they weren't. Alright. Gonna have to... Go.
Your chat be sleeping?
My chat be sleeping. 7P89T6. Oh. Give me a minute. I got interrupted.
Alright, give me a second. What?
Anyone in chat paying attention so they can share with Blue the fucking, whatsamahoozy thing? Dun, dun. There we go. I was hoping that because they were knocked out, I would have had a chance to... Oop. Alright, here we go.
I find it weird that they say that this thing is cap sensitive, right?
Yeah.
Even though we haven't seen anyone with lower cases yet.
I reckon it's because we haven't hit the character limit is why. Like we haven't hit enough people making characters and what have you. Oh, there you are. Oh. Accept.
Wait, you're HR 30?
Yeah, I've not gone very far, okay? I've had this for a while, sure, but I've been a bit busy playing everything fucking else and trying not to like, you know, get, you know, indoctrinated by the Hungry Jack's fiery Angus meal and order that and fuck up my diet. I've been busy. I'm a busy Zeebs.
Alright, had to send a link party invite because I can't just join randomly. I have to be part of your link party.
What? I'm just in a random lobby. What? They have to do all kinds of extra shit, don't they?
Like, if I'm in the same lobby as you, I can do it, but I know 100% I'm not in the same lobby as you.
Yeah. But you should be able to like join like friends' lobbies and such like that is the thing. So long as they're not in like a squad lobby, for instance. That's the thing that irks me is like you can have a squad lobby and like your friends cannot join you in the squad lobby. They have to be in the squad, and I'm like, but why? There's no limit on how many friends you can have, but there's a limit to how many people you can have in the squad. So
if like wherever I see a squad lobby, I'm like, isn't this meant to be similar to like a clan or something? Like it would make life easier, but apparently not.
It's confusing as fuck, but thankfully you can be part of like multiple squads, so yeah. There's at least that silver lining.
Oh my.
Right.
Wait, that's your nearest camp? Okay. Time to test out something I have never tried.
A bow gun.
Come on, come on, come on. Where the heck are you? Oh, you're over there.
Yep. Oh, get out of... I feel like he's gonna pop up out of nowhere. 3, 2, 1. My wound. Hey, we got him on the ground. Oh yeah, we can get more shit if we capture them, I always forget, but fuck trying to capture them in this environment. Two, one. Oh, there's another one of them fuckers. I am not about to whip out a barbecue, Cookie. Stop recommending a barbecue. 2, 3, 4. Let's see. First aid, easy, sonic bomb. Oh my god. What's with the weird fairy thing?
That is my pendant.
Ah, cool looking pendant. Bonk. Oh, wound. Give me that wound. Nice. Ah, goddamn you. There we go. Dun, dun. Got some. Now I got some high rank Balahara gear, or not gear, but you know what I mean.
This thing's a trove of new data.
Anything cool to collect in this area?
Not really.
No.
Well, there's technically something all the way at the end over here.
Oh.
All the way up here should be, or...
Alright. Fuel? Or, sorry, fossilized nonsense. And then we've got snow herbs. Another fossil.
You know, you can use you can just aim with your slinger and just...
I was already on the Sarakit, and I thought I was gonna get hit with something where it's like, oh, you have to hop off the Sarakit, so I was an idiot. Alright, let's... Oop. Oh, look at you, look like a hell diver as well. Why are you and Cap... Sorry, not Cap. Why are you and Jack going with the hell diver gear?
Hey, so we can just appear in random people's lobbies and quests and be like,
For
You're fighting a bug?
For managed democracy. Alright, so I got Divine Blessing, Jump, Turret Shot, Sleep, Stun, Sleep, and Adaptability.
Ooh, the Allharkin wants to offer me a meal. All sweet.
Ooh, is it available for me as well? Hang on. It's gonna pop up on my thing? No, it's not gonna pop up on the thing. Thank you for the update.
Okay, Zoa, she is up. I'm gonna save that quest.
Hunting assistant Gemma. Gemma has brought along her latest prototype. Lure a large monster in the area and she'll install her newly designed snare trap. Could not care, I'm sorry. Ding, world map. Can you see on the world map when people are like, hey, they want to give you a meal?
Yes, but you usually get a notification first.
Yeah, because I saw...
Or you should have access to the Grand Hub.
Yep.
So you can use your pick any meal vouchers if you want those sort of meals. Where is the...
Ugh,
oh, shit.
stretching. Dummy thick goth GF. Look at her. Oh, she's got long ears too. Nice.
Let's see. Allharkin gives me exploiter meal. All right, I'll swap weapons.
Oh my god, there's arena quests now. That means learning how to play other weapons and not being like overpowered.
The good thing is because you can bring two weapons, you can always just use the one weapon that you know out of the two.
That is true. Got arm wrestling over here. Oh my god, Tom! Oh no, it's not Tom, it's Waffle! What the? Waffle? What the fuck? I was expecting Tom. Wait, is he called Tom because of tomato? Oh, have a meal. Let's have a look. At the Grand Hub Canteen, you can order regional meals from each of the various villages, as well as seasonal meals during special events. The vouchers required for meals at the canteen can be obtained via login bonus and from bounty rewards. Don't miss out on any chances to what's-a-whoosies.
I believe your first meal should be free, but it's your first meal, so you can pick anything, but after that, then you need to start paying up.
Yeah. So we got Lucky Meal with insurance, Carver insurance, Exploiter.
So, okay, so it seems that your first meal ain't free, but I'll tell you the basis for each one, right? Every single one gives insurance.
Oh yeah, they do. All three of them do. So
the Kunufa cuisine gives you lucky, which means that you'll get extra rewards upon completion of a quest. The Azus meal gives you carver, so you actually will carve more stuff upon slaying. The sealed, freaking whatever the place is called again. That meal gives you capture pro.
Yep.
So you get more rewards for capturing. And Suja gives you exploiter. So the more you damage wounds, the more parts you get.
Yeah.
But the worst one out of them all is the Siled cuisine, because capturing monsters doesn't work if you're fighting like Zoashia.
Yeah. And what's more, look at it. Everything like that is like, that's almost like a vegetarian meal. The kanafa with the cheese and what have you, and bread and not much meat and soups. Like, hot Azuz looks fucking delicious. I would absolutely eat that. The colorful Suja, it's colorful. It's got like a grand variety between the others. But fucking Sild, like, that looks like a fucking vegan meal. And it's boring. It's
Still, they don't even cook anything but the garlic. I'm not even joking.
Oh my god. No. It's boring. And what's more is it's pale. It's not like Ooh, mysterious milky food. It's like, no, it's fucking raw. It's not ripe.
The hilarious part about that is people keep memeing on Tashin, be like, oh, what happens if you give him an Oreo milkshake? Is he just going to have explosive diarrhea because they haven't eaten anything that's animal-based?
Yeah. Ah, look at these guys. We don't see them make the things. Okay.
Nah, they run all the way across the Forbidden Land.
My Palico is talented, wearing a full mask and is able to just eat the cheese. Good for him. Alright, and then... Okay, so we got provision supplier over here. We got a legend? Who knows if you say so, we probably have. Traveled a long time, ever so often stumbled on a hunter with eyes like yours. Guess that's what you call fate. Alright, interesting. Let me have a look. I think I can make something out of my wish list. Ah, I need an accurate fang, so not yet. A lot of stuff I do not have available just yet. And then...
I heard from the others.
Nada's over here. Alright, is my game gonna crash if I talk to Nada to try and trade some goods?
I believe they fixed that.
Ooh, I can get some monster chili. Yes, please. Thank you. Over in Ada, we can get some... I don't care for the dragon stuff. No, can't get anything worthwhile from there or from there. Sid Garlic and Nullberry. Abso-fucking-lutely. And then Sekka. Nah, can't get anything from Sekka.
I can help you source materials.
I'll tell you one thing. You know how everyone was complaining that the game was too easy?
It's not.
Oh, freaking Capcom be like, here you go, have high rank Zoashia, have tempered Mizusune, and then everyone's like, what the hell is this? This is too hard.
They'll figure it out. They'll strike the balance. All right, so what the fuck is Temnokian? Hi there, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you got your cookie. What in the world is a Temnokian monster?
Oh, those are all spider monsters.
Well, I've got you with me, so I suppose if I'm gonna be going up against them, I might as well go up against them with an accomplished hunter such as yourself.
I also need to fight more spider monsters for the bounty as well, because have you seen the bounty rewards?
Hang on, where do I see those?
You're right next to the Palico that checks your bounties. It's the support desk.
Yep. So looking at requests, it's the limited bounties, right?
Bounties aren't. Yeah, it's unlimited bounties. Yeah.
Yeah. Complete arena of Chatacabra. Complete arena of Rathian. Complete all research help for hunting time. Ooh, and it gives me some cheese.
That's the premium cheese.
Ooh. We got 10 days for that one. All right. Well,
that's fine. Whatever. The other one I'm interested in because apart from the melding tickets and whatever, the complete all research bounty is you get free pick a meal vouchers because those things are annoying to get.
Yeah.
You can only get them from dailies, which can show up. It's a can. You can get them from arena quests, which they can drop. It's not guaranteed. And I believe the last one is from the support ship that appears every now and then, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah. Maximum hunters, players and supports, automatic SOS, anyone is welcome, auto accept, no passcodes, all platforms. So yeah, and I've done all the assigned nonsense. So I've got some optionals. Secure Wounded Hollow requires me fighting 2 Hirabamis.
If you need investigations to kill spider monsters, I got something for spiders.
I'm pretty sure I got something for spiders in this list as well. Oh, I need to deal with the small white feathers. So that's on my to-do list as well. Futile fight, the desert, not the thingy. And then I got Lalabrina. That's always gonna be a fun one. And then
I got 2 investigations to fight 2 Lalabrinas. So you can just fight 2 in one quest.
when do Meritwis's sting? What's this one for? Materials for a special piece of equipment. Amstrigian ticket.
It's for a piece of armor that a lot of people are just using as a layered armor. You just get one of those birds on your head. But I recommend at least doing it because the quest will disappear and then who knows when it'll come back.
Yeah, and it's probably won't be for like another 5 years before they like reveal all the event quests for you, so. And I am of the hunter rank where I can take that one on. Because I missed out on the Chatacabra and the other ones because they were like, oh, here's ways to get food and shit. And I was like, well, I missed out on those because, yeah.
It's fine. Like, the Chatacabra one is Armosphere.
Is this one a low rank or a high rank?
It's, like...
No, it's high rank. I was, like, looking at it and I was just like... It's a 4-star with, otherwise it would have been weird if it wasn't. Yeah. I'm not having too much of a... The Quimeratris isn't problematic for me, is the thing I find. Like, you saw, like, when you first joined in and I was just like, hi, Blue, you want to join in? And it was just, like, dealing with the Quimeratris with, like, no problems. So... But yeah, I would
easy.
Yeah, I would love to join in with the spider ones for you. So, because Lalabrina has stuff that I would like, but only for, like, layer armor look. But then there's, like, the other one that has, like, you know, stuff as well.
Alright, I'll get the quest up. Just give me a second.
Not to worry, not to worry. I'll head back to the... What's-a-mahoozy, person.
Some people who play Monster Hunter just sometimes don't understand what the whole Monster Hunter thing is like. I seen a big surge of new players alongside people who played the series for a long time, and they're all just like, "Oh, what's this? What's that? Why is the game like this?" Some people think it's a bit too easy, and mostly the veteran players are like, "You think it's easy now?"
Yeah.
But some of the joys that I like while playing Monster Hunter is just answering people's SOSs for help.
Ooh, that actually.
And you know what? Because you know what, when you play and you call an SOS flare, you're the person asking for help, and then when someone else is asking for help, you're the one that's going to help them.
Yeah.
Sense of community
I like helping. I like helping in SOSs when I have the chance. I was doing that in World as well. Granted, I was like, oh, I'm in like master rank going into high rank or something crazy like that, where it's like I'm already overpowered. But it's like, I don't know, I just like doing it. So I wish I could select multiple things and say craft them. Because I like that they do that thingamadiggy there where it's just like, oh, look at all the things we just made. But, like, every time I see the mannequin and it's just missing pieces on it, I'm just sort of like, I feel like it wants me to craft multiple things and then do it.
Just so you know, if you want the Lalabrina laid armor, you need to craft the alpha.
Fuck!
Were you crafting beta?
Because I thought it was cool. I thought it was because it was black and like goddamn you.
Lalabrina is easy. some people think it's a good idea to download a health bar mod. But you don't need a health bar mod. The whole point of being a monster hunter is you actually look at the monster's condition.
Okay, this is probably... Also, no, wait, hang on. I did the Quimeratris beta, and that one got me layered armor for Quimeratris. Are you sure?
No, it's only for alpha. You only get it from alpha.
Okay.
It's probably what you're currently wearing that's showing up. Yeah, you're currently wearing it.
Yeah, I know I'm currently wearing it, but it was like in the thing. Hang on. Change equipment. Where the...
Your layered armor's in the tent.
God damn. Is it... Ah, cool, there's the tent. Has done a quest invitation. Ding. Yep, there's 2 of them. Accept and prep. Alright, let me see if I can do the...
Like, here's the thing. I don't use a health bar mod because I actually look at the monster's condition. Like, you can even look at your minimap and see if the monster's, like, dying, if you need a bit of a clearer indication.
Yeah.
And also, your palette code even says certain keywords if you got your palette code out. Like, say, oh, it looks weak.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing. Me, personally, I can take it or leave it. I personally, like, I like when there's more explicit, like, the countdowns that I've... So, spoiler, and I don't know if I'm in trouble for this, but I've used a health bar mod in Monster Hunter Worlds. Sorry, not Worlds, World. The thing I liked about it wasn't the health itself, it was the statuses. So when it did a thing like, oh, it's enraged, or, like, you know, how long before you could paralyze it again, how long before you could ride it, those little bits, I personally like those things. Yes, you can see it enraged and such, but I was more interested in, like, you know, how long it was enraged for or something like that. So then that way I wasn't, like, you know, just being frightened and knew when to, like, you know, galvanize and be like, right, cool, he's got, like, 3 seconds left, it's going to take me at least 2 to run back to him or some nonsense like that. So, like, the health itself, I can take or leave it. It's the statuses that I like, the countdowns to when you can mount it again and what have you. Because I don't want to, like, waste time before... Like, I don't want to waste my materials trying to, like, paralyze it or something like that when it's already being paralyzed by another hunter and it's not available to get paralyzed again for, like, another 3 minutes or something.
I'll get ready too.
Like, they made it way easier in this game where it'll tell you if the monster's paralyzed as a notification, or if it's sleeping, or it's been afflicted with a status. Like,
I get that. It's the countdown. It's the cooldown before you can do it again. That's the thing I like.
I believe the cooldown on it doesn't matter as much now because I've seen people. The current meta is spamming paralysis, and it's so easy to spam paralysis compared to the other Monster Hunter games where paralysis, sleep, and all that were kind of terrible. Like, really bad. Like, when you tried hitting them, like, it didn't do anything. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm freaking Lalabarina. I can't use Insect Glade properly because it's just going to paralyze me with flowers.
Just don't get hit by the flowers. I only drive manually.
Time to send a sticker because this is funny to me.
Faint yourself. I love how I do, like, bussin' and bass, and you're just sort of like, faint yourself.
It's meant to be, you know, a low-tier god meme.
Is it a low... It's also just bullying.
It's faint yourself now.
I don't know, Blue.
Hey, come on. What about me just saying this?
My balls itch. No, the balls itch is funny, okay? Like, it's not like you're telling... Oh, god damn it. Flower got me. I forgot to dodge. Yeah, I've done absolute cinema as well. It's a shame that it's a cross-out, but yeah.
It's fine in my opinion, but I do like, I did make this one because of Mario Party.
But why?
Yeah, but
that
why?
That one is fine, because that one is also a GIF response from Ryan Reynolds in whatever movie or TV show, and he's going, but why?
There's also the thing, like, I'm trying to slay the monster, and then they put it to sleep and capture. I'm like, but why? I think this is considered bullying.
Syra, you
with
paid
the
me
way
to say
I'm doing
Dear
it.
Grant the small
A little
zebra.
bit.
Have you done the Quematris event? And have you done the Doshagima Arena challenge?
See, like, can't you see? I'm getting rid of the bugs.
Nice. I've not done either of those things yet, Kiaru. I'm right now doing one of my dailies, which is, I need to get the, monsters that are bug-like, such as Lalabarina, and then I need, I'll probably go for the Narcissa, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Alright, next one. Because this is about doing the quests, like hunting them, so I'm like, I can speed through these.
Ah, okay. I'm just a passenger princess right now, am I? Need more materials. That one is a good one, actually. Oh, hang on. I need to kill these guys. Speaking of materials. 2, 3. Look, you'll...
Okay, okay, before I get in there, I'm just gonna do what I normally do.
Mm-hmm. Dash juice it. Oh, I don't have any dash juice yet. I am very low on supplies. Oh, so these are the guys that I need for the acute fang. Okay. Well, now I know for my own benefit. Oh.
If anyone needs to know what I am in Monster Hunter, I am a dash juice abuser.
It's also called an alcoholic.
Except dash juice is from monsters, like the extract.
I imagine it's alcoholic in nature. Like, what's it telling you to do? Not worry about the pain as you run even further.
The only monster that really drops dash juice is, was it Gypsaros? The one that freaking flashes you?
So it, you know, makes you a little bit inebriated.
Whereas in World, you're like, okay, a lot of monsters drop dash juice, including our favorite Bamboro time.
Mm-hmm. But would that be because of Iceborne introducing, like, way more, or was that even in base World?
Bamboro was in Iceborne.
Yeah.
But essentially, I found Bamboro just mostly annoying. Because it does the exact same thing as freaking Basil Geese, or for me, Beetlejuice and Devil Joe. They just show up to your hunt and try to jump in for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Baroth as well because of the because it was like when they did that skeleton, they mentioned how it's like a different skeleton and such, and I was like, yep, I am not a fan of this, like, you know, running, like this sort of like dash nonsense. Ah, god damn it. There we go. Thank you, Cookie.
Dash juice is an energy drink, though. Oh, wait. You know, I'll quit my other loadout. Oh, it's trap. Over here.
Oh wait. Let me get you.
Oh, it's almost dead. Okay. I think what I did was a bit too brutal.
Me when I get you.
Hello, Raffian.
Oh, where? Oh, there. Just gonna go the other direction.
Trap set.
Oh, I need to... Once again, I need to update my What's-a-Mahoosie thing. Hi there, Wild Saber! Bunch of unsupervised kids were in the theater and kept screaming, being loud every scene. It got so bad I had drawing it at the group and got him to shut up and settle down for the first side of the movie, and my sister wasn't mad, and the people behind me thanked me. Yeah, I've been hearing some problematic behavior about people going to see the Minecraft film, and I'm just really fucking disappointed in them.
It's reached a point where cinemas are having both loud screenings and quiet screenings as options to try and mitigate this problem.
Yeah. Which is it's such a weird, because here's the thing is that like that the only reason that people are doing like this kind of nonsense with Minecraft is because the trailers, like all of us were just sort of agreeing that it's like this looks like an absolute shit and what have like for whatever reason we can't have like it's fine. We can no longer have mediocrity. Like not as in like oh like you know it ends up as actually mediocre and such, but just you know allow things to be mediocre on entry. It has to either be it's a fucking, you know, terrible film, never watch it, or it's absolutely amazing. There has to be an extreme for whatever reason. And because of that, it's like people were going into this film expecting like the worst and such like that and wanting to like, you know, make fun of it or some nonsense. And it's just it irks me because when you're deciding to give yourself into that sort of an extreme mood, you pendulum into another one. It's very rare when you're in an extreme mood to go into a non-extreme mood other than from just longevity of unable to sustain it. And yeah, we can hold a mood like intensity for like longer than 2 hours. Like, god damn it. Oh, hey, you got cookies on the back of your thingy. The movie was great, but the kids were so annoying. My nephew was having a hard time watching. Well, I'm glad that the movie was actually good, which means that, you know, if it gets on streaming services or anything like that, you might have like a better time watching it and what have you. Given the environment that everyone is deciding to go into the Minecraft film and such, like every filming is like every screening is the room group meetup screening, I'm probably not going to go watch it in a cinema until it gets really quieted down, which isn't going to be for like another month, I'd say. Oh, we can go and talk to someone.
I gotta post a quest up again because luckily Lala Barina's very quick.
Yeah, I'll join in on that one again. Let me...
I am changing loadouts to something that's a bit more fun.
Accept and prep. Oh, I forgot to use a lucky ticket.
Save those lucky vouchers for something else.
For something bigger. Noted. But yeah, hang on. So, change appearance. No, that's the wrong thing. Discard all changes. That was the wrong one.
It's change equipment in the other section. So you need to go all the way over there, equipment appearance.
Nah, but I want to change your outfit. There we go. Save changes. It's pretty cool. Alright. And then ding, equipment appearance. Yeah, see how... So I've got like Quimerichus, Alpha, Labrina. Yeah, see? Alpha or Beta. Because like, I didn't get like this with the What's-a-Mahoosie. So yeah, it doesn't matter if I use an Alpha or Beta.
No, that's male and female. Remember how there's male and female armor because they separated the two?
Yeah.
But it's still asking for alpha.
Yeah, because like alpha is because like I should have realized that the difference between the alpha and the beta is that beta has more slots and what have you. But point is that these first three things I've purchased in the beta. In the alpha, I've only picked these two, and then Greaves was like the last one. So it didn't matter if I was picking like it mattered if that I was like picking male or female, but it doesn't matter if I'm picking up like the alpha variant or the beta variant. It ends up as alpha in the, you know.
Oh no, you still have to craft the alpha stuff to get the layered armor for it.
Let me.
No matter what, I tried with the beta stuff. It doesn't work that way.
One moment, please, as I hang on, change equipment. So, head, for instance. So alpha and beta for that, alpha and beta for that. I only have the beta for Barina. I do not have the alpha for Barina. And the Quimeritress, I have the alpha for the Greaves. And then if we go over to equipment appearance, I have all these three. The Vambraces, as I mentioned earlier, was beta in my like equipment thingamadiggy, and then this one is on the alpha side. But they both end up appearance-wise, like in the equipment appearance as alpha.
Because that doesn't make sense, because when I look at my thing, I crafted a ton of beta for certain armor pieces, but I don't have them as a layered armor.
I don't know what to tell you in that circumstance.
And I'm pretty sure it also says that if you want to unlock layered armor, you have to craft the alpha versions.
Can someone in chat do the Googling on this one? Because maybe I'm missing like a piece of equipment or something like that here. Like, hang on. So we got Barina Alpha and Barina Beta. Barina Alpha, Barina Beta. Barina Beta. I do not see a Barina Alpha in the arms. I don't have anything with Barina for the waist. And I've got Alpha in the Greaves. Still got another 50 minutes for the meal. Awesome. Jesus Christ, level 130. There was a scene with Jack Black and Jason Momoa saying things in a very innuendo way. My sister was in stitches laughing as these manly men consent to doing things that can be seen homo out of context. That's always funny. It's classic. Yeah. Don't tell me anything further about the Minecraft film, however, because I'm already getting like spoiled because of people being like, you know, throwing in their examples in the films where it's like where they join in with Jack Black and say chicken jockey and then just make a fucking mess of the cinema and like and all the other like lines. So when I have the freedom to watch Minecraft and not worry about getting popcorn thrown at me or some shit, I will go and watch it. All right, you guys.
All right, but before we go into La Barina, I am going to bestow you the power of mushroom.
Hang on. Harpios. Got to see what this small guy gives me. Wingdrake Hive. I, for a fact, do not think I have that.
You'll need those later for certain things. All right, I'm going to give you that. I'm also going to give you this.
Nice.
I'm going to give you this. So essentially, I just gave you attack, defense, and I gave you a dash juice.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Like, this build is my support build because it's wide range, free meal, mushroom answer.
Nice. It's similar to when I had Tigrex in World, where it's like wide, like it had a little bit of friendship and wide range, and was like free meal 75%. It was fantastic. I didn't do Mushroomer with it though, so because apparently that one is like it's a bit of a. I don't know how I feel about Mushroomer because I haven't been able to make a build that exploits mushrooms.
Like, there is an armor piece that gives you all 3 levels in Mushroom Man, so you're just like, oh, this is perfect.
Wait, one piece of armor that does 3, or
yeah, one piece of armor gives you 3 levels, so every single level of Mushroom Man, so.
Jesus.
And that's what I'm wearing.
Okay.
Like, sure, you can get away with using the talisman, but I actually use the talisman on wide range instead, I think.
Yeah, which is a more because wide range has like what 5 levels?
It has 5 levels, but you can only go up to 4.
Oh. Is it like the Tigrex one where you need a piece of armor like combo?
Yeah, you need a slot in 1 decoration, and I find wide range is perfect for it because it should be a level 1 decoration,
Yep.
whereas the others are like level 3 that give you 1 level, which is kind of pointless.
Yep.
Like, why would I waste a level 3 slot on Mushroom Mantle when I can just use a level 1 slot for wide range, wear the talisman, and use an armor piece for all of Mushroom Mantle? It's about efficiency.
The efficiency. Alright, I'm gonna aim.
Because I'll tell you this, some people are still power tripping from Monster Hunter World. They're like, freaking my Fatalis armor set with max decorations, and I can build anything. And we're now back to the days of, nah, you can't make everything. You have to think.
Yeah, I reckon there will definitely be a Wilds DLC in like a year. It's either going to be a year or year and a half. We'll get that DLC, and from there we'll probably get it. Do you think they would introduce Fatalis again in Wilds?
I hope not. Because Fatalis came out in World, and people are like, we've seen Fatalis too many times. Can we get another Black Elder Dragon? Because there are multiples that haven't got enough representation.
Okay. I am not like an aficionado. Maybe you're right. Like, it shouldn't be, because World was definitely put Monster Hunter on the map because, you know, it was a major title for the PlayStation 4 at the time. Or PlayStation 3, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think. It is also the Monster Hunter game that was very friendly to beginners as well, because if you try to play the older ones, you don't have some of the things that the future games have.
I've seen the meme, the Simpsons, like, you know, grandpa meme, where it's like, back in my day, you had to pay for your whetstones, and you only can carry 50 of them. Yeah, and like you had to mark your monster. They didn't appear on the map. Like, there was all kinds of stuff. Oh, what the? Oh, Pitfall. That's why.
There's also the thing of you didn't see the monster on the map. You actually had to go find it and paintball the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So that way you can see where the heck it is.
Yeah. So there was that. You had to pay to get into the mission as well. Like, which, I'll be real with you, was something that I don't know what it is about Japanese game developers and such, because they did that in Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain as well, which makes me feel like as if Japanese developers have just always been in the realm of like, oh yeah, like everything is going to cost, but we try and manage it in a fashion so that, you know, you gain resources rapidly, so then it shouldn't be a concern. But for fresh American players in the West, I feel like that would confuse them. They're like, no, let me play a mission that doesn't require resources to, you know, invest into. So
I myself, I'm just playing Monster Hunter the way I like playing it, which is what a lot of veteran Monster Hunter players play it like. Like, you know, we just want to make some funny builds, make crazy ass gear. We actually enjoy helping other people with quests.
Yep. I think, like, Death Stranding demonstrated this as well. Like, America, like, Western developers are all about competitive. Eastern developers are all about collab.
You should see how crazy the Monster Hunter community is. Like, it's really nice.
Yeah, no, I've, like, granted, I've not been in it as long as you have, but I have seen, like, it be helpful. Like, there's the memes that are out there, yes, but I've also felt it, like, firsthand because of, you know, you helped me out in World, and Randoms have helped me out in World. I've had Wilds out some pretty good stuff as well. And I am definitely wanting to, like, pay it forward where I can at some point. Maybe 2 weeks from now when I'm on break. So... Ah, damn it. Thank you, Cookie.
Okay, you wounded again. I need to... Okay, need to take Lala Barina down a notch. I'm trying to focus strike the leg. Like, to be fair, if it feels like I'm killing them or taking them down too fast, it's because I got Zoa's sheer weapons.
That's fine. It's fine. I'm used to this feel. I remember, like, you probably, like, me and Jack, we were going against Chupacabra or whatever the fuck his name is back in, but only low rank Chupacabra, and it was all for the sake of I want to, like, you know, ADHD nonsense. I want to even out the my stats for weapons used, both primary and secondary. But then I also wanted to be able to get the title unlocks.
Also, some people get shocked by how fast I trap monsters.
Nah, the monster, like, I feel like personally I feel slow with the trap because this is how I'm doing it. It's like I'm holding down the thingy-majiggy, and instead of going through the action thing here or setting up, like, I probably get rid of the ammo one here and change it into, like, add a capture one, so then that way I can do the whole, like, oh, trank bombs at the top, thingy-majiggy at the bottom, and da-da-da. But yeah,
It's for me. I also rearranged my redial. My loadout, so my trank bombs are next to my traps.
Yeah, which makes sense. Like, I need to do a dial, but I've not done it yet, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Like, my entire loadout is displayed as how I've organized it. So I put all the healing and buff items at the front, and I put all of the miscellaneous stuff in the back.
Yeah.
And I'm making sure to put my Farcaster away from my Trank Bomb, because they look exactly the same in terms of symbol, except different color. Just by a little bit. So there's times where I want to trap the monster, but I accidentally Farcast. I'm like, oh, shit.
Nice. So, yeah. I do wish that when I look at the redial, it doesn't give me, like, the keyboard layout. I want it to give me the controller layout, so then that way I know, like, where it's gonna go-ish.
Okay, let's see.
Silver and Advanced Sphere, thank you.
Thank you for that silver relic ticket.
Ooh. Complete missions in Wyveria. I do, and then there's a hunting 3 tempered monsters ranked 6 or higher.
Oh, good luck with that.
Well, here's the thing, is I've got a major mission here that I need to do. It's, so I need to head to base camp, and I need to talk to Olivia, so no doubt I'm going to talk to her, and it's going to unlock, like, rank 6 stuff for me. Because right now I've only got, like, rank 5 available, which means, and I've not been able to fight any of the apex predators that have been going off in the areas still, so
I'll get ready too.
I imagine once I do talk to her and all that kind of nonsense, then I'll have the opportunity to. Also, that reminds me.
Hey.
Alright. Testing time. So, upgrade weapons and armor. As you know, Lalabrina. So we got the alpha, and then we've got 3 betas. I am going to go for the Barina Coil beta male.
I'm ready to work. Alrighty.
Skip all that. I love you, Gemma, but you don't give me the option to, like, fill that what's-a-mahoozy up with, blah, 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 blah. You don't give me the opportunity to fill the mannequin up with multiple items to do the, thing? Alright, waste. And look at that!
And there's this random turf war going on.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I saw the turf war. My goodness, look at the... Oh my... Look at the cunty level of my character with the black and white. Can I... Wait, can I swap pigments? Change...
Yes.
I was hoping to swap them, not have to, like, go, oh, let me change, like... Change the 1 and then change the 2. So... What do you think of, like, a black and white trim? So...
A lot of people, like... Black and white is cool, but the Zoa sheer armor gives the nice white and black aesthetic. I think red and black is really nice.
Ooh. Hang on.
Oh my god, the diva's singing.
That one's like a nice little hint.
Diva's singing in the Grand Hub.
I don't know who the fuck that is. I'm a bit busy. Oh my god, there's a tempered, what's-a-mahoozy in the, thing.
If you listen to the diva singing in the Grand Hub, when she finishes her song, you will gain a buff.
Oh.
Thanks for coming. Give me a minute.
Alright, let me just quickly clip through Olivia.
So, was there some problem?
You know about the eruptions in this area, right? Of the energy that the Guardians feed on?
No, but go on while I move over into standing desk mode.
Funneled from the dragon torch overflows out of these openings, correct?
Big stretch.
I just can't wait for when Jack and I just join people's quests on stream. We'll be like, you called for Helldiver to spread democracy.
That'll be good. Unfortunately, Jack has to work today, which is unfortunate, but definitely in the future. Damn it, I need a piss. Hang on. Entertain my chat.
Entertain your chat. Yes. I can't believe that I have to do this, even though I'm going to be streaming in like an hour and a half from now.
What's the best rice?
Best price? It sounds like I am clout chasing.
Rice.
As for everywhere else,
R-I-C.
Just letting you know, chat, I am an Insect Glaive and a Dual Blades main in Monster Hunter. I can use bow, it's just that bow at the moment for me feels a bit weird. So I'm trying to adjust to it. I'm also trying to learn Hunting Horn because, you know, Hunting Horn is just an instrumental hammer. I don't mind hammer, but I actually like the buffs of Hunting Horn more. Because if you become the music man, everyone starts liking you.
I didn't say price, by the way. I was trying to say, I said rice. You know, like the...
Stats boosted. Sweet.
Nice. Investigate the region and raise your HR. Ah, I thought it was going to give me something.
Pretty much just do quests. That's what it's telling you.
Catch a gravid blowfin. Ember hunted Gyarados in the Windward Plains during fallow. Alright, let's see. Is it fallow?
You can adjust it to fallow.
Yeah, but I don't want to waste money to make it fallow.
It's
would you look
worth
at that?
nothing.
It's fallow right now. I didn't have to do anything to make it do that. Because we were bumping around, killing Lalabrinas.
Let's see. Yep, that's fine.
Alright, Ooh, an Alpha Doshagama. Giving me all kinds of stuff. Yep, let's make that into a quest. Begin the field survey.
Okay, let's be on our way.
Let's see. I have time for one more quest before I need to bail.
I am the same sort of thing as well, because it's 1 p.m. my time. I need to be starting out my dinner. I need to, or not dinner, sorry, my lunch. I need to figure out whether I'm gonna go for a shake for lunch or if I'm gonna go for a meal again. Give me a minute, give me a minute.
Cheesy naan. Cheesy naan.
I need to get the alpha out of the way. There we go.
Like, the weird thing is, when it comes to the pack stuff, I do the thing that you shouldn't be doing.
Just killing them all.
Yeah, just killing them all. Just attack everything.
Oop. He warded me out of the... Fine. I just used a, what's-in-the-whoozy. Yeah, dung. That's it.
Leave this to me. Heels in back.
Ah, didn't time that one right. Having fun.
Yep, I'm having fun.
Mm-hmm. Doshagama might be cool if I had, like, blocking capabilities like sword and shield or gun lance, but I'm not about to learn how to play those effectively. Maybe that should be the kind of... Maybe Doshagama is the monster I should be trying to go up against for practice purposes. Come on. We can do this. Observe as I miss every one of my shots.
I tell you what, if I'm using the bow guns now, it feels alien compared to Rise and World.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Because they changed a lot of how they worked.
okay.
Like, before you needed to have the ammo in your inventory for a heavy bow gun, but now the coatings are infinite. It's just that you need to let them charge up a bit before you use them.
Okay. Oh, that's not the right thing I need to use. This is the one I need to use. Thank you. Let's apply it to you. Now I can get hits on the head like I want. I thought I rolled that in time, but I guess I didn't.
I have a gun.
A very effective gun.
The monster's exhausted.
Oh, you've exhausted it, and I haven't. God damn, this alpha is strong. Nice! 2, 3, 4.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Come on. There we go. And I leave 1 wound for you on its back. Damn it, stop rolling.
Moving to a new area.
Okay, I just managed to hit its ass.
Just an ass pull. Bug.
Okay, random turf war.
Oh, that's between the Shagama and what's Muzi, not the Alpha. So, flash bug.
I'm thinking, why is its thing up there?
What thing? The wound?
Yeah, the wound.
Because that was me.
Okay,
when
I got it.
Because that was me when I mounted it. Oop, something is going to leave a little foul soon. I need supplies, thank you.
Thanks for the trap.
Nice. Another shock trap hit.
Oh, freaking power codes. I like it when they do their job.
They're helpful.
They're much more helpful than they are in World, because in World it feels like they do it sometimes.
Yeah, and what's more is often you had to command them to do the ones that they're doing here. Because if you hadn't noticed, a lot of the stuff that they're doing, like the shock traps, the boosts, and what have you, those are all like previously commands in Monster Hunter World.
Like, they can do it by themselves, but a lot of the time you just command them. I'm just happy that, like, we got smarter NPC AI for them to figure out what needs to be done. Like, even the support hunters won't start a fight unless you start it.
Yep. Oh, there's a wound on its ass.
And I told it, get down.
Oh, hey, go on. Let me...
Leave this to me. Heels inbound. That's okay.
Oh, just as the Palico try to heal me.
It's okay. I have insurance.
Yeah, I had insurance as well, I believe. Where the fuck is it taking me?
Like, they did make it harder for you to get, what is it? You can't get safeguard guaranteed anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way for us to guarantee insurance now, but I think they knew that a lot of players were abusing safeguard insurance.
Okay.
Because both safeguard and insurance do the exact same thing. It's just that you can't stack them. Like, you can't stack 2 insurances, you can't stack 2 safeguards, but you can stack a safeguard and insurance.
Radio.
Let's...
Excellent use of the terrain. You're not taking me down. Leave this to me. Wheels inbound.
Please hurry, Cookie.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Dunk, dunk. There we go.
Okay, piercing ammo. I am just here with a gun, just don't mind me.
Yep.
Just piercing. Maybe shooting in the face is probably not the best idea for my well-being.
Ah, you'll be fine. 2, 3, 4.
Hey, I have something called this.
Oh, Eastern Honey again.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Go. Destroyed.
Like, I'm trying to fit in the Helldiver motif by bringing a gun.
Yep. You're doing a good job.
This isn't something that I would bring solo because I'm not confident in my playstyle with the bow guns.
Yeah.
I'm more confident with bow if I had to use a ranged weapon.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Okay, I'm gonna let it fall asleep. Yeah, I'm gonna let it fall asleep. Come on, fall asleep, buddy. Fall asleep, buddy.
That's my partner.
Yes, Agitator has activated. Agitator has deactivated. Thank you, game.
Got some sturdy bone, which is good.
Quest is gonna end.
Let's see. What did I get for my troubles? Sword, helmet, some Doshagama stuff. Ooh,
Oh, I
not a
got
lot of-
gem.
Not a lot of fangs, so that was pretty good.
I got quite a bit of fangs and claws. I got gem, which is kind of funny.
Ooh, more great stout bone. I only had like 2 of them before, so that was good.
Oh, HR 31, sweet.
Focus Jewel 2, Sleep 2, Survival, Ice, precise jewel and prolonger. So far so good. And Palico almost leveled up. Endemic life plants used 3. Yay! Good work on the focus things. Alright, that's it for you today, isn't it? It's gonna be it's gonna be it for me as well.
Coach 990 with the
God damn it.
10-month tier 1 sub. Woo Monster Hunter.
Woo indeed, Monster Hunter. Thank you so much for subscribing again for the last 10 months. I greatly appreciate it. You're currently on a 3-month streak as well. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements. There's one that's going to go off in like 20 seconds as well. But yeah, you don't have to deal with that when it comes along. And you get to utilize all the cool emotes that I have available, such as these fun boys. You have a favorite yet?
I better go head off to quickly do my shopping so I can come back.
That makes total sense. I completely understand. Lord knows that I'm probably going to be waffling for like another 2 or 3 minutes because of the advertisement going off. Oh my god, it's heavily raining. What's happening to my laundry? Oh shit. Hang on.
Well, I'll take my leave. Thank you for having me, Zeebs. I'll see you again another time.
Not to worry. I gotta go grab my laundry. BRB. Saving laundry.
Ooh.
Geese. Clip clop. Legs. Leg. Leggy. Leg. You're gonna give me your leg, right? You are gonna give me, unnamed the Yeen, your leg, right? Leggies? Leg? Leggies? I saved the laundry. Good news, I saved the laundry. So, it's not like soaked through or anything like that, but yeah, the wind's blowing hard, so it's like pushing into the sides and what have you. There we go. Hang on, sorry. So yeah. But yeah, like I said earlier, that is probably going to be it for me today. It's like 1 o'clock. It's technically past 1 o'clock right now. It's almost 1:30. I will need to... I definitely want to play more of this, like, off-stream. There's so many games in my to-do list that are like, oh, I want to put more time into that. I want to put more time into that. So there's things such as, you know, Monster Hunter Wild, Monster Hunter World, Final Fantasy XIV, Shadow of War. There is so many that I'm just in this mood of, like, I want to get more of it done. So then that way, like, the next time I go into it and what have you, like, it's going to be a bit of a... It's not as much grind and such like that. Hi, Coach. Is your favorite the donuts and the arrival one? So, the donut for, like, the donut for... Because of, like, the static and... Oh my god, another raid! Noetic! I am so sorry! Hi, viewers. Welcome to the stream. Name's Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I have been streaming for the last 4 hours. I normally try... I should have hit the little button to be like prevent raids from going in and what have you. I have been... Hi! Welcome. I hope you're all doing good. Did you have a wonderful time with Noetic? Looks like they were playing Core Keeper. I've never played Core Keeper before, so I have no idea what that's about. Hopefully it was fun. Hi there, Grant. Nice to meet you. Very large. Thank you, Healer Lord. I am a fairly large Zeebs. Like, look at the size. Look at the size of me. I'm absolute chunky. Look at all this muscle. It's a top-down Terraria-like. Ah, okay. Neaties. Neat. Well, so yeah. So today's Saturday for me. It's Saturday afternoon. I need to, like... Unfortunately, this is probably going to be bad news for most people, but I will need to find time to, like, not be, I will need to hop offline, actually, in a little bit. I am so sorry. I know you just raided into me. I am so sorry for that. but unfortunately, or yeah, like I said, I've been streaming for like the last nearly 4.5 hours now, and one, I need to get lunch sorted. Also, what is that? Oh, because it wants me to do a thingamadiggy. All right, I'm gonna fast travel to the village, but yeah, I've been at it. Hi there, Mama Bear. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I've been streaming for a little bit. I want to check out. There is a there's so many things I need to do that is like both on stream and off stream. So, for instance, actually, let me find the link really quickly and what have you. So that's your mission there. Don't care. Give me a moment. Let me. Nope, that's. Let me find the thingamadoogies.
They cited a tempered Balahara in the desert. It's certain to affect the greater region.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. So save image as.
As soon as you're ready.
So, cause I understand like Vision. I gonna hunt with Yazeebs. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm gonna have to hop offline and get lunch because in 3 hours, like I need to make sure my laundry isn't absolutely ruined, get through the rest of this water, and there's a hang on, let me get the image and let me show off to you the whatsamahoozies. So I am going to be joining in on a game show called Fuzzy Logic, which is being hosted by Tin Mouflon. Well, not now, but later. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I appreciate that, Noetic. So yeah, are we friends on Monster Hunter? I'm pretty sure we are. Hang on. Dunk. Bam. Let me... Where is... Member list? Hunter friends. So, Ripper... Okay, cool. So there's Baiju. And there's Eka. I am so far behind in levels. Let me... Oh, hang on. You can't see what I'm looking at because of... So yeah, okay, cool. I do have you as friends and what have you. But yeah, I am so far behind on levels compared to everyone else. But yeah, in about 3 hours, so less than 3 hours from now, I am going to be taking part with Wolk, Butts, and Dazarus in what looks into a game show hosted by Tin. So they're going to be hosting it on their stream. I don't think they're expecting me to stream when they stream, but during that time, it's supposed to be like trivia and what have you, and Yazeebs is gonna be on it. That's me right there with the sunglasses, just being like, yeah, it's me. So I'm excited for it because I haven't done a lot of collab streams or anything like that. I've not hung out with a lot of people because anyone in Australia barely knows me and all that kind of nonsense. And then there's a lot of American peeps that are like, oh, I would love to play with you sometime. And I'm like, absolutely, I love it as well. And then 2 weeks goes by, and turns out that time zones are a thing, and it ruins it for everyone. Because it's either too early in the morning for me or too late in the night for the Americans. So this one here, as you can see here, is going off at 11 p.m., almost midnight for Tin. I'm guessing because of the time zone that they posted was for Pacific Daylight Savings Time. And then there's me, where it's yeah, it's going to be 4 p.m. for me. It's going to be absolutely fucking baller for me. I'm going to be wide awake. I'm going to have lunch 3 hours before that happens. So, yeah, I'm going to have I'm going to have a wonderful time there. I hope you will have a wonderful time. If you need to, raid and dash, Noetic, sorry, I probably should have mentioned this earlier. I totally understand. And it's, I would do the same sort of thing as well. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. It's late in the evening for you, isn't it? So yeah, because 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I think Pacific is the furthest back, is it? No, Pacific is it's close to midnight here. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, so Pacific is the later time. Eastern is the is the is forward into the what's-a-whoosies. All right, cool, understandable. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful time in the game that you were playing. What have you? God damn it, Cookie, you idiot! He's getting electrocuted by the trap. You can't see it. Look at him, up in the corner, up there. Idiot, silly Palico. But yeah. I am going to need to... I know a lot of you have only just got here. I am so sorry, but I am going to need to raid. I am sorry. Let's see. Who is online and who can we go and raid? It looks like there's someone in my... Oh, no, they're not streaming anymore, it seems. Ooh, okay, so it looks like there is... Alright. Hang on a second. We are gonna go and raid into... Young... they put this person high up on my raid browser. We're gonna go raid into someone called Young Yif, so we're gonna get the raid started. And I hope you'll join in with me on our raid message. Himbo Raid, show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. I know it's a slightly long message, but it is what it is. If you do not have the emotes, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. It's, you know, hopefully you'll join in with that. I will need to figure out what my stream schedule is for next week because I will be on call during that time. So I might not be able to play like a multiplayer game. And next Saturday, I'm working the Saturday shift as well. So I won't be able to do a Saturday morning stream. It'll most likely go off in the evening. But if any of you are awake and what have you, I'm going to be in Fuzzy Logic in about 3 hours. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning/afternoon stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good evening, morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are. And I'll hopefully see you at Fuzzy Logic today, or I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Eee!